never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather. Whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Ready or not, here we go. All right, made it through hump day, so it's time to start looking toward the weekend. First, we got to get to our Thursday and a Friday, 14th day of July. Here it comes. All right, I hope your week's going well. Welcome in, welcome aboard. A full 5 hours. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Coming to you live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Another comfortable night. 74 degrees outside the secret bunker at this hour. Feels like humidity may have dropped a little bit. Had some showers pushed through a couple of hours ago. Still a little bit of rain and moving into south central Ohio. All the rain activity really beginning to dissipate here in the Ohio Valley. Been focused on the Gulf Coast this week. Got some heavy rains in parts of Louisiana tonight. Yeah, big time. Showers, thunderstorms. They've been talking about the potential for some flooding. Looking at the radar as we speak. Pretty broad area of shower activity from just south of Shreveport. Not quite down all the way into Alexandria, Louisiana. More showers down into eastern Louisiana, north of Baton Rouge on up to southern portions of Mississippi. Some showers in Hattiesburg, Mississippi tonight. Kind of a soggy night in southern Georgia. From Macon down toward Albany, a few embedded heavier showers here and there in the mix in that region. Now, 24 hours ago, as we were getting things fired up there Wednesday morning, I did mention we had some heavy rains moving through parts of southern Tennessee. Those rains continued through much of the night. I never really noticed the torrential rains that apparently developed later in the overnight hours further east in Tennessee. And we saw some incredible flooding in two separate areas. Gatlinburg, Tennessee is one of those areas that saw some flooding. Virginia has actually had a disastrous situation that unfolded Tuesday night into Wednesday morning. Continued cleanup efforts through the past day, but a disastrous situation in southwestern Virginia, as well as hundreds of residents being evacuated from a campground, as I mentioned, in Tennessee. Let's start in Virginia. Widespread flooding in Buchanan County into Wednesday morning, which has left dozens of individuals missing. County officials stating Wednesday that 44 missing persons reports had been filed after the severe weather event. Officials noted that there are no reported fatalities as of Wednesday evening, but they did give an update from local authorities that said the number of unaccounted for residents is expected to decrease as the swiftwater rescue teams continued to survey the area. Hindering the progress of the rescue teams were the number of roads blocked by landslides, as well as approaches to bridges that had been washed out, apparently. Buchanan County Sheriff's Office Chief Deputy Eric Breeding spoke to reporters that said the number of unaccounted for persons is based on relatives attempting to contact an area resident where phone service may be limited or it could be completely cut off. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're in trouble or in danger. They're just letting us know we need to check on these people if possible. Now, in an update from the Virginia Department of Emergency Management, the department has been assisting local crews Wednesday. Support after heavy rains caused flooding and power outages in the Buchanan County area. That's on the western border of the state. They had radar estimates showing that more than 6 inches of rain likely fell in that area during the middle of the night last night. Now, while there were no specific numbers of homes reported to be damaged, they did state that a significant number of homes were damaged as the result of flooding, probably topping 100 homes in all. So as a result of the heavy rain and severe flooding, Virginia's Governor Youngkin declaring a state of emergency to assist with response there in the Buchanan County area. The closest U.S. Geological Survey river gauge to Pilgrim's Knob is about 17 miles away in Litwar, West Virginia. The Tug Fork River That instrument, they recorded a rise in water levels of 2 feet within 1 hour's time, if you could imagine, during the flooding. Now, the governor says, I want to first thank our first responders on the ground and the ongoing operations. While rescue and recovery continues, please join us in praying for our fellow citizens as we lift up our Virginians impacted by this. Now, Virginia's southwest neighbor also experienced some hardship with flooding about 11 o'clock Tuesday evening in Gatlinburg, Tennessee, where the fire department was alerted to a call that 14 people were trapped at the local Greenbrier campground. The first responders at the scene stating to WVLT News that water had risen to the height of the campground's picnic tables. That flash flooding there led to the rescue of those trapped individuals, as well as the evacuation of more than 400 people from that location. Local officials stated that there are no reports of injuries or stranded individuals as of Wednesday. Affected residents who needed shelter Wednesday morning were set up with a temporary evacuation spot at Pittman Center Elementary School, where the Red Cross responded to those in need. A total of 69 individuals took shelter at the school overnight there. This Greenbrier campground, about 5 miles northeast of Gatlinburg, about 30 miles southeast of Knoxville, also roughly 10 miles away from Dollywood, we're all familiar with, owned by the legendary Dolly Parton. Elsewhere in Gatlinburg, previously calm streams were suddenly roaring past residents Tuesday night. Now, they say with limited river gauges in the area, the closest reading of flooding levels was about 12 miles downstream of the campground, closer to Sevierville, Tennessee. U.S. Geological Survey river gauge noted that river rose over 4 feet in 30 minutes, and it was up over 6 feet within 2 hours' time. You talk about rapid water rises. Observations on top of the nearby Mount LeConte reported 3 inches of rain. Radar estimates indicated that maybe twice that amount had actually fallen in a nearby area of the Great Smoky Mountains National Park. The park drains into the valley right there where the Greenbrier campground is located on the West Prong Little Pigeon River. That's what they talk about when flash flooding, especially in the higher elevations. All that water that comes down on the mountains has to rush downstream. But that had to be a frightening scenario for the campers there. Suddenly you're in your tents, and yeah, it's raining, but all of a sudden the water's coming in, and then you're waist deep in the waters waiting for rescue. So kind of a harrowing situation 24 hours ago. Meanwhile, as we look ahead to our Thursday, Friday rounds of showers and thunderstorms, with the risk of localized flooding continues over parts of the southeast right on through the end of the week. Forecasters are now saying concerns for the tropical depression to spin up over the northern Gulf of Mexico have really diminished. Over the last 24 hours, there's persistent wind shear in place. Now, despite the water temperatures being close to, believe it or not, 90 degrees, about 12 degrees above the minimum threshold for tropical development, problems from the downpours, though, will persist, even though the potential for a tropical system has definitely waned considerably. Now, without an ongoing organized area of low pressure, forecasters kind of dropped the designation of a tropical rainstorm this past day. Weak tropical low pressure areas without reaching the official criteria for a depression or storm can indeed unleash flooding rains. We've seen that in the past. Alex, as a tropical rainstorm, one of the more recent examples of a system that produced flooding downpours prior to becoming a tropical depression and eventually a storm as it crossed Florida back in June. But that continued concern of flash flooding along that old frontal zone and the southward dip in the jet stream, that remains the key players in this unsettled forecast. Now, in patterns like this, it may be impossible to say exactly which locations will be impacted by torrential downpours from one day to the next. But either way, the risk of localized flooding will be continuing through this week and into the weekend, they tell us. Augusta, Georgia, Houston, Texas, Fort Bragg in North Carolina, all areas that were hit with several inches of rain in a matter of hours. Now, we're watching for another weak front that's going to dip southward into the region as we head toward the end of the week, and that may aggravate the already busy nature of showers and thunderstorms. At least these daily rounds of rain have been kind of chipping away at the dry or drought conditions in the southeastern states along the Atlantic coast as well. Rain has really avoided most of the areas from central Mississippi to Texas in recent days. Now, about 1,000 miles to the southeast over the northern Caribbean, right now there's a non-tropical storm in the middle layers of the atmosphere that's been drifting westward this week. Just like the system that's been struggling there in the northern Gulf of Mexico, they tell us the chance of this feature organizing into a depression or storm is pretty low, very unlikely. But either way, energy and moisture from this system will probably give yet another boost to the weather systems hanging around the southeast coming up this weekend. Some of the first places to experience the boost in terms of heavy downpours and thunderstorms will be portions of Florida starting on Friday. Residents of Florida are probably well aware most storms in the summertime can pack a punch, and there's the potential for some places there in the Sunshine State to get walloped with torrential downpours and gusty winds. Coming up this weekend, there are some signs that the jet stream dip may shift slightly further to the west into the southern states. That would allow more storms to fire up over, say, portions of the middle Mississippi Valley. Now, despite whatever subtle shift we do see in the jet stream, the nearly daily barrage of showers and thunderstorms will continue for areas like Atlanta, Charlotte, North Carolina, Greenville, South Carolina, cities like New Orleans and Birmingham, Alabama, that have avoided many of these downpours so far may not be as lucky moving forward. So there you go. Some of our travelers' weather as we get things underway here on a Thursday. We've talked about the power grid, the strain on the grid in Texas virtually every day this week, with the plea to conserve energy going out on Monday. Winds picked up, so they got through Tuesday pretty clear. Things got a bit dicey this past day. The power grid operator in Wednesday actually took emergency measures to avoid rolling blackouts as the soaring demand threatened to outpace supplies as the heat wave continues. ERCOT, as they call it, the Electric Reliability Council, operates the grid, serving more than 26 million customers. They had to initiate a rarely used emergency program that's triggered when supplies fall below a critical safety margin. ERCOT had urged residents to cut power use during the hottest hours of the day. They warned again of the risk of rolling blackouts. People, again, this past day asked to turn up the thermostat, defer the use of your high-power appliances, turn off your swimming pool pumps. This emergency notice, after ERCOT began paying suppliers an average of $5,000 per megawatt hour to keep generators running. That price is the highest the grid operator pays, they say. Now, we were pulling a lot of levers to avoid going into emergency operations and rolling blackouts, according to a spokesperson Temperatures above 100 degrees once again, warmer than average for this time of year. They projected Wednesday's demand would hit 78,762 megawatts. Now, the Electric Reliability Council there in Texas is blaming the forced outages at coal and natural gas-fed power plants. And again, Wednesday apparently was lower wind generation. Spokesperson declined to provide details on the number or type of generating plants that were offline that prompted these conservation measures yesterday. Now, they said that there was less coal and natural gas generation capacity available on Wednesday versus what they saw on Monday, when they also called for conservation measures. So it's the third time this year that they called for residents in the state to cut back on your power usage, and it's the second time, of course, this week, that they've warned of potential rolling blackouts. Just like on Monday, they avoided those forced cuts when the big power consumers agreed to halt operations. I guess there's some factory operations. According to the president of the Texas Blockchain Council, oh, that's a good explanation. Bitcoin mining. It takes a lot of juice, right? They said the state's large-scale Bitcoin mining operation, which consumes about 1,000 megawatts, were taken offline due to that call for conservation and the high power prices. Spokesperson for LyondellBasell said the petrochemical mixer's Texas operation also worked on ways to reduce electricity demand without shutting down assets or compromising the safety and reliability of their operations. All right, let's go green. Of course, in Houston, Texas, the biggest city with nearly 6 million residents, temperatures hit 101 degrees on Wednesday. Highs are expected to remain above 97 on into the weekend, according to the National Weather Service forecast there. So, as we've seen all week, widespread heat advisories through much of central and eastern Texas. At least we're not seeing the excessive heat warnings like we saw earlier this week. But again, as we head into Thursday, much of central and eastern Texas, right back into the heat advisories. Welcome into a Thursday. We'll check in with some of our listening friends ahead. First, we get a quick break in here as we kick it off. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, gotta love it. Out of the box, hello to Heavy D this Thursday. Good morning, Overnight Drive crew. Stay safe. Keep on trucking, high pressure pumping, ready to roll. Good afternoon. Hammer down. There's Larry. Kevin checks in. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew ready for a good show here. All right. Todd checks in from Washington State. Hello from Fredericksburg, Virginia. There's Stephanie on board. Joe Self. Morning, Steve, and all the Overnight Drive listeners. Pleasant 70 degrees here in Winchester, Virginia. Everybody keep it shiny side up. 007 checking in from Matthews, Missouri at the Flying J tonight. There's Chevy Guy, copy in the mail. Hello from the Michigan Man Band. It's going to be a very late night tonight. I guess doing your virtual racing thing, is that it? 74 degrees here in Harrison, Ohio. The big full moon tonight. Yes, technically it is. Tonight, Wednesday night, into Thursday morning, the super moon, full moon. Santa Claus on board. Morning, Steve. We've got 76 degrees here in Managua, Nicaragua. Just came down from the side of a smoking Messiah volcano. I'll send you a video via email here in a bit. Anyway, we'll be flying home mañana. All right, Santa Claus out. Safe travels as you head back to the home 20 there, Santa Claus. Hello to Kevin Fair. It's a cool 62, kind of a muggy night outside the bunker in northern Illinois. Thanks to the drivers for your hard work. Steve, great job as always. Yeah, hello to Timothy. There's Terry, Montreal, Quebec. We've got 70 degrees, no humidity, so a very comfortable night. Everybody be safe there. Buckeye Boy checking in from Madison, Wisconsin. With a very nice 64 degrees tonight. Got my delivery off on time. Went straight to the hotel. Got some sleep for a couple of hours. I'll be loading tomorrow. Headed south. Wife said we got a good bit of rain around the home 20 in Ackworth, Georgia this past day. Steve, did you ever wonder what caused the Energy Information Administration's website to go down several weeks ago? Was it hacked by chance, or might it be the puppet in this administration took it down on purpose to stop people from being able to see how bad the prices were getting? And when the prices started coming down, poof, just like that, it's back online. I don't know. Could be, Buckeye Boy. You're right. The prices are coming down. And yes, they did get it back online late last week. Anyway, have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. Fake news, fake news. There's the Rambler. He says GMA Enterprises investigative reporter, the sex maniac, did not see me partaking of the devil's lettuce on Bourbon Street, and I did not have the munchies the other night. Hello, everybody. Brother Rambler checking in from the Big Easy. And no, I'm not on Bourbon Street. I'll call in and check in later. But by the way, after the call toward the end of the show last night, I also had to go freebase my blood pressure medicine. How in the devil's red hell can any truck driver support Joe Biden, believe anything the January 6th committee says? That caller's got a 55-gallon barrel of dumbass poured all over himself, covered from his head down to his feet. I'll call in later. Until then, everybody be safe and God bless. There you go. A 55-gallon barrel of dumb you-know-what. All right, good morning there. Timothy said, still following the 1776 movement. I haven't paid a lot of attention. I know, Yeah, the Santa of that movement, not our Santa, but the other Santa guy. He got his get out of jail card and apparently went right back to D.C. But all right, before we hit our news break at the bottom of the hour, after which we'll get to your calls. Jump on board at 844-3388. There was no good news in the inflation report. Up 9.1%, as we're hearing, the most in 41 years. I mean, they were anticipating the inflation to be up 8.8%. It was even worse than anticipated. On a monthly basis, consumer price index was up 1.3%. Considerable jump from 1% the previous month. That also beat the expectations. They were thinking it might be like 1.1%. Everything was worse than even anticipated, and they knew it wasn't going to be good. The core inflation figures are arguably more important from the perspective of where inflation is headed and what the monetary policy, what's the response going to be from the Federal Reserve. I think we all know it's going to be another jump, probably a significant, maybe 0.75 of a point increase in interest rates. Wall Street is bracing for that right now. Many analysts had expected to see some moderation in categories like household furnishings, appliances, maybe even food and apparel. Yeah, some of that was expected to be due to the gasoline tax demand destruction, as high gas prices stole sales from other categories. And some of it was expected to be due to the easing of the supply chain constraints, clearing some of the port congestion. But as we shared last evening, that's actually going backwards right now rather than forwards. Things beginning to pile up more so. Finally, there was some expectation that inventory clearing by major retailers held back prices. But no, none of that. Instead, the increase in core inflation was broad-based across the board once again. More on that coming up. And as I mentioned, again, stocks were lower. Wall Street, again, now bracing for big hikes in interest rates coming our way. Let's go, Brandon. We'll get a news break. And again, it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
President Joe Biden visited Israel on Wednesday, adding yet another entry to his long list of gaffes. He mistakenly said we must keep alive the, quote, honor of the Holocaust.
Later today, I will once more return to the hallowed ground of Yad Vashem to honor 6 million Jewish lives who were stolen in the genocide and continue, which we must do every day, continue to bear witness. To keep alive the truth and honor of the Holocaust, horror of the Holocaust.
The president made the flub shortly after touching down in Israel, kicking off a 2-day visit with the Middle Eastern country's leaders. U.S. inflation surged to a new 4-decade high in June. The government's consumer price index soared 9.1% over the past year. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Water. It's essential to life, but it's also something that so many of us here in America take for granted. Imagine how different your life would be without access to clean water in your home. What if you had to walk to the nearest creek, stream, lake, or pond to get water? Suddenly, going to work and school wouldn't be an option because you and your children would have to spend your days collecting water. This is the day-to-day reality of most families living in the world's poorest countries. But what if I told you that you can change that reality for just pennies a day? Through our water projects, Food for the Poor is working to meet the need for water in 17 impoverished countries. But it won't happen without you. Incredibly, it only takes $15 to provide a child access to clean water for life. $15. Decades and decades of access to water for a child. Give the life-changing gift of water now. Just text USA Radio Radio to 91999. Text USA Radio, all one word, to 91999.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I got an update from our friend Heatwave, as far as Lady Heatwave. Still in pain, drinking the pooping juice, as he calls it, for the scope tomorrow. She ain't liking it one bit, but she's in good spirits. I did tell her about all the support she has out there, folks praying for her health, that she was truly touched by the kind words and all the well wishes. This is truly a great group, an extended family we have here. Thank you all very much. I'll continue to update as I get more information. All right, thank you very much. Heat wave, and hopefully all goes well with the testing later today. All right, back to the inflation numbers. Yeah, there was some hopes that some categories might see some improvement or at least a leveling off. But instead, everything continues to go up, which suggests inflation has become deeply entrenched. Furniture prices up 1.1% for the month, translating to up 13.1% from a year ago. Appliances were up 0.2%, which ended a 2-month streak of easing prices in that category, ending at 6.5% above last year's numbers. Food prices increased again, another 1%. Grocery prices up 12.2% compared to a year ago. And the guys at Breitbart said back in 1928, Democrats derided President Herbert Hoover's policies when he promised a chicken in every pot and a car in every backyard. Let's take a look at how those prices fared in the month of June. Used car prices are somehow still rising, now up 7.1% from a year ago, after increasing another 1.6% in June. New car prices are up 12.5% from a year ago, up 0.5% from May. Chicken prices jumping 1.7% in June. They're up 18.6% on the year. And even the pot for your chicken costing more. Non-electric cookware prices up 1.2% in the month of June, 9.6% from a year ago. So it's kind of a topsy-turvy day on Wall Street with the news. They were anticipating, they knew it was coming, the higher inflation numbers. And early on, there were some pretty significant drops. I believe it was the S&P 500 was down like 1.6% at one point, kind of rallied toward the end of the day, ending down just 0.4%. The NASDAQ at one point was down more than 2%. And by the end of the day, most of that had been erased. It was just down 0.2%. So as they say, the markets took a few U-turns, especially early in the day, that's been kind of the norm as of late. Kind of following the lead of the Treasury yields in the bond market, which initially surged on the expectation that the Federal Reserve policymakers would hike interest rates drastically to slow the skyrocketing inflation. According to the national investment strategist with U.S. Bank Wealth Management, he says they seem to have a green light to raise interest rates with the labor market still in pretty good shape and inflation remaining well above where they want it to be right now. Inflation and the Federal Reserve's response have been kind of the center of what Wall Street's been paying attention to. Wednesday's discouraging numbers showed that inflation is not only still very high, but it's actually getting worse. For 4 or 5 months now, we've been hoping to see a peak, the pinnacle, peak inflation. And every time the new numbers come out, we're getting more disappointing numbers. Prices at the consumer level, 9.1% higher last month than a year ago. I mean, accelerating from the 8.6% that we saw in the month of May, and even worse than the expectations of an 8.8% increase. So there you go. The latest data certainly creates more certainty, undoubtedly. The Fed's going to be pretty aggressive when they hold their July meeting. I guess that's going to be coming up in fairly short order. Traders right now are betting 67+% chance of a full point hike, a full 1 point jump, up from 0 a month ago. Well, at 3/4 of a point, the last increase. What was that? Wasn't that the biggest jump in like 50 years, wasn't it? A 1 point jump. That would be big. I also got an email from, let's see, No Handle Dave is on board. Well, he's not on board. He's been catching us on the podcast because he's now a solar-powered driver. Steve, I'm not sure if Kyle's had any experience with this yet. Just another item we can add to the growing list of shortages. Been catching the podcast every day, but not being able to comment live is kind of hard to get used to. But here I am a week and a half into being a solar-powered driver. I'm liking it so far. Now, the other day, you were talking about the stress test thing. I just had one done a few months ago. I did someone brought up the nuclear test, which I hadn't heard of that. I guess it's relatively new. I did the new nuclear chemical test, and it was a piece of cake. No real side effects like you mentioned with the old style chemical test. They did a CAT scan in the beginning to get a baseline, and they give you the chemicals about 30 minutes later. Then you wait about an hour and a half, 2 hours, and they do another CAT scan. I don't know how it works. I guess the chemicals expand your veins or something like that, but it doesn't make your heart race. So the second scan, they get a view of the veins. It's a pretty simple process. If you're anybody needing a stress test, might want to ask their doctor about that. Okay, now the item he was talking about, which haven't spoke to Kyle in a week or so, from one of the drag racing publications, Dragazine. Right now, they say, while there's been little in the way of visible disruption, there's a couple of canceled races that we're aware of. Behind the scenes, there is some turmoil among the key manufacturers of the drag racing traction compounds. It all centers around the brand of chemical used in the production of VP Racing Fuels and PJH brands, formerly VHT, and PJ1 compounds, known as lutenol, which is manufactured by BASF in Germany, and it's been unavailable since about the first of the year. Now, lutenol is described as a polyethylene ether, polyvinyl ethyl ether, and it's kind of like a plasticized soft resin for cellulose nitrate coatings and in printing inks for packaging to improve the adhesion and things like that. It's kind of I guess you'd say it's an adhesion promoter. Now, it's used in varying percentages in compounds from VP and PJH. PJH has utilized the same formulation in their Track Bite product since 1986. So I don't know. So is it impacting the drag racing world? Again, from Dragazine. I'll ask Kyle about that. Maybe he'll know more because he's on top of that. Matter of fact, he's going to be heading down to the races this weekend. Probably be heading out later today, maybe, I assume, because he'll have the vendor booth. I have to double check. I forget where he's going to be, but we'll get to that coming up. Meanwhile, to your calls at 844-844-3388. Morning, Jolly Green Giant.
Good morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters. I've got a hair up my butt. This Green Deal, the government knows what's best for us, and I can't charge my car up in Texas. What am I supposed to do?
Mm-hmm.
I guess it's either my Central Air or my electric pickup truck. I don't get it. I guess we're going to have to get Sec Maniac on investigating this situation there in Texas, and we can't forget about California. You know, I mean, didn't the government look into this? Of where are we supposed to get this electricity to charge up our cars and our pickup trucks?
Yeah.
I mean, didn't they look into that? So evidently they didn't. You know, I don't know, Steve. I'm scratching my head on this.
That's kind of the question I was asked. I mentioned that last night on the program. I'm curious as to how many electric cars are currently in use in the state of Texas. And when you've got the grid operators saying, turn up the thermostat, don't run your appliances, I assume you're not supposed to be charging your car, right?
Right. Now, my stepson lives in Austin, Texas. I knew about this last year, and yeah, it's kind of a head scratcher of how we supposed to charge up our electric cars. I mean, I just don't get it. I mean, this whole thing, I have been dead set against it since day one. I am dead set against electric cars. I think it's impractical, makes no sense to me. I think that hybrid is more practical in the long run. Now, that's just my opinion, and I'm sure that there are going to be some people to call in, but at the same time, I definitely don't believe that will work in the trucking industry at all. I just don't see how, unless you're running strictly local, maybe within a 50-mile radius. It's probably the only way it can be done, but long-distance driving, there's just no way it can be done,
Mm-hmm.
But that's really all I got to say tonight. Just wanted to say hi to all the cartoon characters out there, and I hope everybody's doing okay. So Jolly Green Giant is 1010 and on the side, and I am listening. So have a good night.
Tuned in on a Thursday. There you go. All right. Thank you much, Jolly Green. Hey, update on that story that had garnered national and international attention about the 10-year-old that was supposedly raped in Ohio, had to go to Indiana, and I believe it was the Attorney General or Assistant Attorney General. It was on our USA Radio News last evening that was saying we cannot find one shred of evidence of such rape occurring. Apparently, the narrative changed this past day, as indeed an arrest has been made in Columbus, Ohio. Why the arrest had not already taken place is a question we're all kind of looking for answers to. But apparently, if I'm understanding correctly, an illegal immigrant in the United States, 27 years old, I believe. And indeed, it was a 10-year-old, which I guess after being arrested, actually admitted to having raped this 10-year-old on at least 2 occasions. We'll kind of update that story right after this. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back to the story from Ohio. It was the Attorney General, actually, Dave Yost, acknowledging that he's not been able initially to confirm the news that was quoted by President Biden that the 10-year-old rape victim had to travel out of state, which he also says that that is not the case. There would have been no reason she had to go to Indiana for the abortion. All right, Washington Post had the story, I guess, Sunday, based on just one source, which apparently was a doctor in Indiana, but then everyone hit a proverbial brick wall trying to fact-check the story. But apparently this past day, the Columbus Dispatch reported that a 27-year-old Gershon Fuentes has indeed been arrested and charged with raping and impregnating the 10-year-old whose trip to Indiana for an abortion led to, again, the international attention. Police tell us he confessed to raping the girl on at least 2 occasions. Police had been made aware of the girl's pregnancy through a mandatory report by Franklin County Children's Services made by her mother on June 22nd, rather. And this is what's kind of confusing to me. If that report had been issued on June the 22nd, why did they not arrest this individual until this week? All that time has passed. I don't know if there was a lack of the information being passed through the proper channels to get to the police, or how that unfolded. The girl actually had the abortion in Indianapolis on June 30th. Let's see. Yost, meanwhile, said that he'd heard about the arrest through a text message just before going on for an interview this past day. And, well, I'm delighted the rapist has been apprehended, he says. My office is ready to assist in any way possible. If convicted, this guy should spend the rest of his life in prison, he says. Meanwhile, Yost says he's not spoke to the girl's doctor, but under Ohio law, she wouldn't have had to go to Indiana to get that abortion. Now, in the state of Ohio, in particular, the law provides not only for the health of the mother, but if there's a substantial likelihood of impairment of bodily function, we're talking about a 10-year-old here. If a 10-year-old were to go full term to bear a child, she'd probably be sterile for the rest of her life. But to determine if she would have met the legal test to have the abortion in Ohio, the courts have to have the facts. And apparently at the time, the courts did not have the facts. Meanwhile, the assistant Franklin County prosecutor in Ohio has requested Fuentes be held without bond. He also said he believes the man is not in the United States legally. Detectives spoke to him through an interpreter, and yes, he admitted to having sexual contact with the girl. Any reason we should be concerned about open borders? You know, but it's all, they're all good people coming in, just looking for a better way of life. All right, update on California, the AB5. There was talk of a potential protest, which indeed occurred this past day. As part of the protest against AB5, truck drivers participating in a convoy near the Port of Los Angeles. Media relations manager for the Port of LA confirming the protest this past day. She said there's approximately 100 trucks in this convoy moving through the LA Long Beach port complex. At this point, she said no disruption of terminal activity. Los Angeles Port Police are assisting in making sure all parties involved are able to express their First Amendment rights, while also making sure the port continues to operate and commerce continues to flow. That was her statement. Multiple media outlets, including the NBC Los Angeles affiliate, reporting about the convoy. As of Wednesday morning, that station said the 110 freeway was backed up from Sepulveda Boulevard and could be seen from Carson and Torrance, seeming to be going up the 91 freeway. Of course, AB5, as we've been talking past, in 2019, they had the injunction prevented it from being enforced on the trucking community. With the Supreme Court deciding not to take the case, it goes back to the Ninth Circuit, which had granted the preliminary injunction back in 2020. So it looks like there is another hearing back to the Ninth Circuit coming up on August 22nd. All right, news update, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
President Joe Biden is facing a flurry of criticism as new federal data released Wednesday show 40-year high inflation increased the costs of everything by 9.1% in June over last year. Colby Smith with the Financial Times spoke to CBS News.
It's having an absolutely major impact for Americans here. It's not just energy prices, it's food as well, and across most goods and services, frankly. So a report like this one is pretty disastrous, not just for Americans, but for the Biden administration as well.
A former CIA software engineer accused of the biggest theft of classified information in CIA history has been convicted at a New York City retrial. A jury reached the guilty verdict against Joshua Schulte on Wednesday. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
President Joe Biden traveled to the Middle East on Wednesday.
President Biden's trip to the Middle East is being met with staunch criticism from Republicans who say the president is there on an anti-Israel agenda.
His policies of the last year and a half has done so much to alienate our friends that he's desperately trying to repair those relationships. Biden has nominated anti-Israel officials in his administration, has consistently undermined our Israeli allies.
Texas Republican Senator Ted Cruz speaking there. That audio courtesy of Fox Business. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Firefighters from Portugal and Spain to southern France and Croatia are battling wildfires scorching Europe amid an unusual heat wave. Portuguese authorities say more than 600 people have been evacuated and about 120 needed medical attention. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne LaRoute. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download in iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
The Democratic-led House Oversight Committee is holding a hearing on abortion rights and access to abortion across the nation and the impact of the Supreme Court decision to return abortion regulation back to the states. Alliance Defending Freedom Senior Counsel Erin Hawley says that she believes Roe v. Wade was wrong about abortion and the Constitution.
Its reversal is a tremendous victory for life and for the American people. Roe cheated us of our ability to promote good policy, but Dobbs restores our opportunity to reaffirm motherhood and, in so doing, to empower women.
A gubernatorial primary is heating up in a battleground state.
As Michigan's countdown to its August 2nd primary now holds at less than 3 weeks away, a frontrunner is emerging for the GOP gubernatorial nod. Recent MERS News and Mitchell polling shows Tudor Dixon inching ahead of the pack. 3 other candidates, Kevin Rinke, Ryan Kelly, and Garrett Soldano, are essentially tied for second. Ralph Rebant polled at 1%. James Craig, the former Detroit police chief, was bounced from the ballot for insufficient and invalid signatures on his nominating petition. He's running as a write-in candidate. In the USA Radio News Midwest Bureau, I'm Katie Lewis.
Take our news with you wherever you go by searching for USA Radio News, wherever you download your podcasts. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
There we go, back. Hour number 2 off and rolling here. OvernightDriveRadio.com. TNCRadio.live. Good to have you on board. And I mentioned off to the racetrack this weekend. It's North Carolina. Roxborough, North Carolina. Kyle heads out with the Hot Shot Secret vendor booth to the DNR Auto No Prep Series at Roxborough Motorsports Park. Be Friday and Saturday if you can make it by. Make sure to stop by, say hello to Kyle. Tell him you're a listener to the Overnight Drive. He'd love to meet you. Hey, back at it here, hour number 2. Wheelchair Dave, how we doing this week?
Hey, Steve. Well, been going through some of the same stuff you've been going through, but multiply that times 2, unfortunately.
Oh.
Yeah, so I've been kind of down on that stuff. And also my prayers for the three listeners out there, one, if you could update us, your neighbor Dave and Miss Millie's granddaughter, and then you already talked about Heatwave's wife. But if you could update us on the other two, I sure would appreciate it.
I have not yet seen any post or anything as far as how things went with Dave this past year. I'll have to check on that. Nothing in the comments from Miss Millie's granddaughter. Hopefully both went well. Yes.
Yeah, most certainly. But, I lost my race partner, and my race partner, he was, quite older than myself. Well, not a whole lot, but, I guess he got me by 20 years. Unfortunately, my friend, other side of D&D racing, he was 91 years old, and his last year was Alzheimer's up in a assisted living, and we lost him last week. But he lived a good life, lived a very, very, very good life. And then I lost my aunt up there in Mansfield, Ohio. And, so times two doesn't feel too good.
I can imagine, yeah.
But, and yourself, your wife's uncle, you're heading down this weekend for the funeral then?
I'll be heading out with my daughter Friday early in the day. Funeral Saturday at noon.
Okay. All right, well, I don't mean to bring up depressing stuff, but, life goes on. We have to get through it. So I'll be listening in the show. You have the best weekend that you can possibly have then.
All right, now I'll try to get some info. Yes. Got to get the latest, right? It is 9 past the hour. Let's hop on down to Pappy. What's going on this morning, Pappy?
What's going on, Steve? What's the word?
I'm rolling into a Thursday here. I ain't seeing a whole lot of the moon. We got a lot of clouds out there tonight.
Yeah, unfortunately, man, right when that thing was getting ready to come up, and that's when it's going to look its biggest when it first starts to come up. We got that little rain shower that came through, kind of messed things up. Man, it's peeking in and out, But hey, man, I stepped out the door earlier to go up to pick up our carry-out order at B-Dubs, and there's a box on the daggone porch, and it's got a logo, Hot Shot Secrets on it.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. My order of Gasoline Extreme came in.
There you go.
They had a 3-bottle special there. So I jumped on that, and man, boy, I'll tell you, I mean, they're right, man. I mean, now I just ordered that thing a few days ago, Steve. Bam, it's here. Horsefather was talking about that, how quick it is. And every time I've ordered something from them, it's here in a matter of a couple of days.
Yep.
I know they're closer, to us, but still, man, Two things I'll touch on this 10-year-old.
Yeah.
In Ohio, Steve, anyone 12 and under, okay, if you're convicted of rape, you can get life imprisonment. 12 and under. And there does not have to, if this guy tries to claim, hey, this was consensual, that don't work.
Not with the 10-year-old.
No, not with a 10-year-old.
Yeah.
So there is no defense to that it was consensual. The other thing is, when you get with children this age, we got the Merison Center here in Cincinnati. So if Steve, it's happened to me. If I get a run where we got somebody of that age, making these allegations, the mother calls, Steve, I will talk to the mother. I won't even talk to a victim that's of that age. Neither will our detectives. Now follow me here. When you interview children of this age, you got to be careful. I mean, the Marison Center has trained professionals to interview these people, you know, and we got one detective assigned down to the Marison Center. So the Marison Center, attached with Children's Hospital, they will do all the interviews with this child, and then they'll give the detectives their findings, and the detectives, if there's probable cause, will sign the charges. But, so with that said, I could see, you're like, hey, man, this happened on June 22nd. It's a month later. What's taking so long? That's not abnormal.
Okay.
Hopefully this dude's confession will stick. A lot of times when you get confessions, defense attorney will do everything in their power to get that confession thrown out for whatever reason, But yeah, man, let's hope this dude gets what he deserves.
Yes, sir.
Hey, real quick, on another note, one of your callers the other night, we were trying to pound it in his head, and about this January 6th hearings that they're doing, and we're talking about no cross-examination, right? So Bongino brought this up, and maybe this, and I know Moose said, ain't no sense talking to these people, they're just not going to listen, but let me try to explain it this way. Cassidy Hutchinson gave some sworn testimony, right, that one of Trump's attorneys, Pat Cipollone, said something to the effect of, right, Steve? Something to the effect of, that if we go up on the Hill, we're going to get charged with every crime underneath the sun. In other words, he was telling her that he was warning Trump, stay away from the Capitol, or we're going to get, bad things are going to happen and people are going to get arrested. That's what she's saying, And then they asked her, well, what kind of crimes was he talking about? And she threw out, a list of stuff, obstructing official business and stuff. But, the key sentence there was, she's not quoting the man, but she said something to the effect of, is what he said. But what's interesting, Steve, and here's how they play the games. That is considered hearsay. We've talked about this till we're blue in the face. That is considered hearsay, and it's not admissible in court. In any criminal court, hearsay is not admissible. So they could have went without hearsay, Steve. Check this out. Now, Pat Cipollone, Trump's attorney, he testified, Steve. They questioned that man for 8 hours under oath. They didn't ask him, Steve, if he made that comment to Miss Cassidy.
Really?
Now, why wouldn't they ask him that, Steve? I mean, that would be kind of like direct evidence then, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's not considered hearsay. That's straight from the horse's mouth. But they didn't ask him that question. They didn't ask him, hey, did you tell Cassidy Hutchinson that if Trump goes up on the Hill or supporters or any of Trump's people, they could be charged with a crime. They didn't ask him that because they know what the answer is going to be, Steve. He would have said, no, I never said that.
Never said that.
So that's the kind of tricks they play. They intentionally don't ask him that question, but they ask this Cassidy Hutchinson to try to get hearsay admissible. Because you can't prove hearsay is a lie. Hard to prove that, it's a lie. I think the way Bongino said it was, I can lie all day. I can say I went to Harvard.
Mm-hmm.
Can I prove it? No. But I can say it all day long. So that's the kind of games they're playing,
And that's what I was trying to explain to Sundance last evening, that in that last hour, that there has been zero cross-examination of any witness in this whole dog and pony show. No cross-examination. So how do you know if the truth is being told? You don't.
Right. And not allowing cross-examination, Steve. I mean, they're doing this on purpose. In any court, right? Any criminal court. I mean, even in TV shows, Steve. If a witness gets up, the prosecutor questioning, and then the defense attorney gets up and questions. It's just, even if you got expert witnesses coming on, the prosecutor and the defense both get to ask questions. And you're only getting the prosecutor's side of it in these hearings. It's all a sham.
One other thing you brought up, you sent me a couple of links here, Pappy, which it's kind of raising some eyebrows.
Yes, sir.
Answering your question that you asked the other night about all these people that are being reinfected with COVID. Are they vaccinated or not vaccinated? Now, Pappy found from, I guess this is it the journal Science or just under the science category? It says, what's going on? Immune imprinting? It is the vaccinated that are getting most of the disease, death, and chronic infection. Second headline from the UK. In big, bold print, it reads, the highly vaccinated are the ones dying. While you were distracted by Boris resigning, the UK government quietly published a report confirming the vaccinated account for 94% of all COVID-19 deaths since April, 90% of which were triple or quadruple jabbed. In other words, had their two initial and one or two boosters. 94%?
Is that crazy or what? Remember about a year ago, I said, man, don't pay attention to what they're saying here in the United States. Look at what they're saying over in Europe, seeing what some of these people are saying. Robert Malone, I saw an interview with Robert Malone, Steve, and we all know who he is.
Correct.
Right? And he brought that to light. So how about that, huh?
The plot thickens.
Yes, sir. All right, my man. Have a good night.
Thanks for sharing
prayers
that.
out to Heat Wave. Prayers out to Heat Wave's wife. Hope everything goes good tomorrow. And, hey, we'll probably talk at you tomorrow night.
Thank you much. All right, have a great night, Pappy. It says here, let's see, Dr. Malone. Global data shows the highly jabbed, a.k.a. vaccinated, and individuals are suffering most from Omicron. Now, I got the UK story here. COVID infections continue to rise in the UK, despite the government's plans to just live with the disease. The number of people in hospitals in England who've tested positive climbed above 10,000 for the first time since April, reaching 10,658 on July the 4th, up 36% week over week. An estimated 2.3 million across the UK tested positive for COVID in the week ending June 24, with a stark rise in infections. Many may be worried about their risk of catching the virus, whether for the first time or again. Turns out, now this was something kind of new, your risk may be significantly lowered depending on what your blood type is. I guess this some of the research that's now finally coming in. Blood types and susceptibility to COVID was first hypothesized by researchers back in March of 2020. These ideas were then echoed by a paper out of Columbia University about a month later. Interestingly, DNA testing company 23andMe further bolstered that theory when they were able to link customers and COVID infections among 750,000 people who were diagnosed and hospitalized, and those with type O blood types were better protected. There's a study published by the New England Journal of Medicine confirming that idea. They found those with type A blood had a 45% increased risk of being infected than those with other types of blood. Again, the findings concluded that blood type O was 35% less likely to be infected. Researchers and scientists are now confirming your blood type can indeed have a significant impact on the likelihood of catching COVID, with type A being more susceptible than type O. All right, they said, there is some truth in this, or at least there's the data to support it. There was a study in Wuhan that said that blood type A was more susceptible, and that is our most common blood type in the UK, he says. Now, when we come back separately, the Omicron, which continues to mutate, right? The original Omicron. Then you have subvariant number 2, number 3. We're up to number 5 now. BA5, subvariant 5, part of the Omicron family. Yeah, the latest that is causing widespread waves of infection globally. But the headline, why the dominant BA5 variant is reinfecting so many people. Second round, third round. Give you the rest on that coming up. First, a quick time out, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it. What's on your mind? Our line's available at 844-844-3388. Coming up here in just a couple minutes, we'll get our news break in, bottom of the hour. But back to the UK, the BA5 variant of the Omicron. According to the World Health Organization's most recent report, more than 50% of cases sequenced in late June. In the United States, it is estimated to be causing about 65% of infections. BA5 is not new, they say. First identified in January, it's been tracked by the World Health Organization since April. It's a sister variant of the strain that had been dominant worldwide since the end of last year. Now, it's already caused spikes in case rates, even with reduced testing in countries including South Africa, where it was first found, as well as the UK, parts of Europe, Australia. But the cases worldwide now rising for 4 consecutive weeks in a row. Why is it spreading so rapidly? Well, like its closely related sibling, BA4, BA5 is particularly good at evading the immune protection from previous infection or vaccination. For this reason, BA5 has found an advantage over the other sublineages of the Omicron that are circulating. For many people, this means they are getting reinfected, often even after a short time after having COVID. We have ample evidence that people who've been infected with Omicron are again getting infected with BA5. No question about it. According to a vaccine researcher with the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota, it seems particularly common now. It could be simply because so many people got Omicron. While the rising cases have caused more hospitalizations in some cases, deaths, on the other hand, have not gone up dramatically. There is no evidence that BA5 is more dangerous than any of the other variants. According to the World Health Organization, although spikes in cases can put health services under pressure and the risk of more people getting what they call long COVID. Scientists are already drawing attention to BA 2.75, another variant, first identified in India, which has a large number of mutations and is spreading fast. What people fundamentally don't understand is that when there's this high level of community transmission, it's going to mutate. Who knows what's going to come next? But they say we're playing with fire. I'll go back and I'll tell you the likes of Dr. Malone, time and time again, pointed out if a vaccination doesn't wholly stop the virus, which Existing vaccines do not. It's called a leaky vaccine. Doesn't really stop it. But a leaky vaccine actually induces more mutations of the virus. It wants to survive. All right, we get our news break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
The Biden administration is warning pharmacies not to discriminate against women who may seek reproductive health prescriptions, including some that might be involved in ending a pregnancy. The Department of Health and Human Services says pharmacies receiving federal money from programs like Medicare and Medicaid cannot discriminate in how they supply medications or advise patients on prescriptions. Wednesday's announcement comes after last month's Supreme Court decision that returned abortion regulations to individual states. The FDA authorized Novavax's vaccine for emergency use on Wednesday, giving Americans another option as an alternative to the mRNA vaccines that have predominantly been used so far. The approval comes about a month after the FDA advisory panel unanimously recommended the vaccine. This is USA Radio News.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-230-2777. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-230-2777. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-230-2777. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-230-2777. 800-230-2777.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping? You meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesman the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart savings strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
So I did a little digging here, trying to come up with, the little blurb that Pappy had sent me about the vaccine story there in the UK. And it looks like, I'm understanding, they're talking more about the teenagers, the kids. Where's the age category at here? On July 7th, Boris Johnson announcing he was resigning. Since the mainstream media in the UK have distracted the public with 24/7 news on that announcement and the speculation on who will replace him, it's times like these you need to watch what bad news is being quietly published in the background in the hopes it won't receive much attention. Just so happens, hours before Boris announced his resignation, his government published new data devastating for parents and children. Government agency known as the Office of National Statistics published data on deaths by vaccination status in England. The latest data set from the ONS, Office of National Statistics, is titled Death by Vaccination Status England, January 1 of 21 to 31st of May 2022. It can be accessed on the ONS site. They've got a link to it there. Table 6 of the data set contains data on deaths involving COVID age by age group. Again, between January 1st of 21 and May 31st of 22. And it includes the number of deaths among children ages 10 to 14. It is quite clear from the data that they're not being as transparent as we'd like to believe. Now, this is because they failed to provide the death rate per 100,000 persons years among children, whereas they have provided it for all the other age groups in every other table contained in the data set. All right, they've got all these charts, the data from this Office of Statistics. Fortunately or unfortunately, depending on which way you choose to look at it, they still provide enough information for us to calculate the COVID death rate among children ourselves, and it is horrific. They've got the snapshot of the data. Chart here showing the calculated COVID-19 death rate per 100,000 persons age group 10 to 14 in that time frame. Now, the COVID death rate per 100,000 for the unvaccinated was 0.3%. For the partially vaccinated, 3.2%. For the triple vaccinated, 41.2%. As you can see with the rates, horrendous. A death rate of 3.2 among partially vaccinated and 41.2 per 100,000. So I said percent. It's 41.2 per 100,000. It's 3.2 per 100,000. For the partially vaccinated, it's 0.3 per 100,000 among unvaccinated. Based on Pfizer's vaccine efficacy formula, this data reveals that the COVID injections are now proving to have negative effectiveness among death among children, with the real-world effectiveness between January of 21 and May of 22. And there's another chart. Just get things that make you say, it's not supposed to be that way. Lots more numbers, but I digress. Let me get back to your calls here at 844-844-3388. Hello, Chevy guy.
I need to look up this stuff and have it and write it down and post it. When you got a common-law daughter-in-law, ex, it's got your 6-year-old granddaughter, and that's what she played. You know, as soon as they made it okay for her age group, she was planning on, getting her vaccinated. So I'm terribly worried about that. You just sit back and this mad rush to control something that you can't control. It seems like God made our bodies to control this. Our ancestors, remember, we're all the results of our ancestors that lived through many, many plagues. So we're the overcomers. And to me, it just this. I'm sorry, I do know there's in West Virginia who won't listen to anything else. She get vaccinated or die type person. And it's the only reason, believe it or not, is because Donald Trump helped bring it on the market. And, she's not going to listen to any, Donald Trump said it, that's it. Which brings me around to Mr. Doug. I appreciated his call. I wish he would have stayed and had a conversation with you. If he's listening, don't be shy. Steve ain't going to tear you up. He may ask you to give an account for your opinion. You did say in the beginning of your call, you've got law enforcement in your family. Well, yeah, he does, and so do I. I've got, my son was in law enforcement. My grandson is currently in the sheriff's department. My sister retired. My next older sister is retired from the Dayton police office, But I'm pretty sure they're all very upset over what happened in the 6th. And what they've done, a Capitol Police shot and killed a Air Force veteran, a woman, an unarmed woman, and basically has gotten away with the murder. And remember, I will always see that scene right after she fell, a armed, with full body protection, holding what you would call an assault rifle, was standing next to her, bent down to check the woman, seen that she had been shot and probably killed, stood up and pointed his weapon at the door. So, he, in that instance, he considered the threat was behind the door, which was that Capitol Police security officer. Not a single death on the 6th. It was 5? Contribute. Not a single officer died that day. The one that did pass away the day before, they kept saying that he was hit by extinguisher and all this stuff. It was all a lie. Not only that, come to find out he was a Trump supporter. And the question is, why is all these officers committing suicide? Well, if you got the pressure, political pressure of the Democrats coming at you, said, why did you open the door? Why did you let these people in? Because there's plenty of officers that were, actually going along, if you would say, going along with the crowd, or they weren't resisting, or whatever their job was supposed to do that day. And the good thing is try to compare the officers that have committed suicide. The question is, were these officers facing criminal trials? Did they get questioned about their, facing charges?
Things we don't really have answers to, though, but yeah, things we'd like to know.
But is that not fair, Doug? Is that not fair enough to ask about that? The 6th. Well, I'm proud about the 6th, and I've seen what the Democrats refuse to do. Doug, if you listen to this program, you'll find out there's plenty of questions. We question the people that's on our side. We question the people in the 6th. I've got a picture I keep on putting out through this whole thing, and they've never been able to. The fact checkers has not been able to touch it, and it's a man standing in the Capitol with a Confederate flag. He was charged. His name's right there. You can look up the charge. It tells where he was at. He was a Biden supporter carrying a Confederate flag in the building, and they can't mess with that picture because it's true. We've already seen video of 2 men encouraging people to go into the Capitol. They were on the FBI list at one time. Currently, they are not. They were dropped. Why? Where did they go? And in one of them, I guess they know his name. They haven't been able to track him down. So, Doug, we're willing to question what was going on in there. We're even willing to say that some of the people that crossed the bike fence, if they committed a crime, if they put their hands on a law enforcement officer, they need to do some time. We understand all that. We self-govern ourselves here. But if the Democrats, no matter what they say, you're going to believe. And then I'm sorry, you needed to come on here and defend your points of view. Now, the idea that you're going to send Donald Trump to prison the question is are you willing? Is it okay for him to send him to prison because he committed a crime, or just because you hated him? Because so far everything they've come up with has not. I'm saying, hey, if they could have got him in jail, he would have been there by now. With all this impeachment, all this stuff they've come against him. So don't count on it. But there's one main thing I need you to know, Doug. Put him in jail, lock him up. It's not going to help your case. See, I voted for Ted Cruz. I thought Donald Trump was a clown, and he proved me wrong. He actually did something for the American people. He actually did what he promised he would do, and I have to support that man. But listen, he is not my leader. I follow him, or I support him when I can because I agree with him. But put him away, lock him up. The rest of us, the crowd that was there, Doug, we're out here and we're getting the vote and we're fixing the vote. And when you lock him up falsely under all this false evidence, all you're going to do is enrage the people you consider your enemy. Mind you, if we get our way, Doug, you'll have a decent paycheck. You'll be able to fill your trunk with groceries. You'll be able to fill your gas tank affordable and have some money to set back for savings for retirement. But if we go your route, Doug, we're all going to be impoverished. And to this day, I don't understand why you want an impoverished population. I know it's about control, but look in the history of the world. Impoverished populations, after a while, turn on their governments, and violence changes things, and that's how it's done.
Take a look at Sri Lanka right now. I mean, the prime minister had to flee the country after 1 million people descended on his residence last week.
Well, apparently it wasn't all that open to having guests. All right, buddy, I said in peace. And Doug, I really appreciate your call last night. I really do. So come on, try again and try to, explain the way you're thinking. We ain't going to destroy you here, but we are, we don't mind our ideas being challenged. And that's, what they don't do in our colleges today. I heard Bill Maher actually say that he remembers a college used to be where all these different ideas come together, and they would, they disagree, they argued it out, but you ended up knowing more about the people you disagreed with. He said nowadays, he said the stats were that 2/3 of college students believe it's okay to shout down conservatives and not let them speak on their colleges. So, it just, there's your college. There's where this stuff's been coming from.
Yep.
And I say it's still from the hippies from the 60s. Finally put on a suit and tie and finished their college courses. And now they're teaching our kids to rebel against the greatest country on the face of the earth. And for some reason wants to see us put into slavery in the socialist cause. Other than that, we're going to sit back and copy the mail and enjoy the show. Chevy Guy, out.
Thanks for your comment, Chevy Guy. Got to get a quick break here. Back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I get our news update just around the corner here. Meanwhile, back to the phones. What do you say, High Tech? What's going on?
Hey, how's my audio? I got me a new headset.
Sounds good.
Okay, I didn't know. It was kind of cheap. It's one of the 1995 wonders. But I was sitting here listening to the news and everything going on today, and it brought up something to me that I was called crazy for many years ago. And anyway, I'm going to let you look it up on your next break. You can go into, because it'll take you some time to research it.
Yeah.
But there's an ancient book called the Bible. And if you look up Romans chapter 1, the second half of the chapter, it's toward the bottom, but you would swear that Paul was watching CNN News. And I'll just leave that up there for everybody to look up. But anyway, has anybody talked to you about that gold back yet? Have you showed it to anybody?
You know, not really. Just showed it to the wife and I think my son. That's about it. It's sitting right here on the desk in front of me.
Well, yeah, I was wondering. I mean, it is because of the way the inflation's going and everything. I mean, it has unique properties. I mean, years ago, I told, I always have back silver because, hey, that's what the money used to be. I just talked to a person today that wanted to buy a dog, and he said, $1,000 for a dog? Whoa, that's a lot of money. And I says, well, I'll tell you what, I'll sell you the dog for the exact same money I was selling. My parents sold collies. See, my parents sold collies back in 1960s. I'll sell you for $100 in 1960s money. And they got all puzzled, like, what are you talking about? I says, you give me 1960s quarters, $100 worth of 1960s quarters.
And that value would actually be what today?
Probably about $2,500.
Oh, there you go. Because they had like what, 90% silver, right?
90% silver. That's just like right now people say, oh, gas is $5 a gallon. Well, in 1960s monies, it's still 35 cents. You're still paying 35 cents a gallon. It's just when the money press starts running those dollars out, I mean, I know everybody loves to say Donald Trump is the next coming and he walks on water, but he did have an excuse that the COVID came in there and he didn't know what was going on. He had these doctors like Fauci sitting there saying, oh, the world's coming to an end, the sky is falling. So we got to save the public. So, yeah, he did what he had to do as president. Okay, you can't blame him for that. But, after he found out that they're lying and they found out that it came out of China and everybody lied about it, well, then they made fun of him. So I don't know how to say it, but when you voted for Trump, you voted for me. You called me exactly what Trump probably is in your book. You called me an ass clown, and that's probably how you could describe President Trump. But, he did, if you think he would have been great on Channel 19 as far as instigating people,
Well, that's what
anyway.
Twitter today is Channel 19.
Well, it would be Channel 19 if you didn't have people auditing it and say, well, you can't say that because you might offend that truck driver in the back lot. If you say bend over belly up, nope, you can't say that on Twitter because they might get mad at you. So, Twitter was meant to be Channel 19, but then the goody two-shoes came in there and screwed it up. So, anyway, I just thought maybe, and if you get a chance, you would look up the second half of Romans and see what it says and think, you got to remember, the Bible was written for people that herded sheep. They didn't even know what electricity was. They never had the internet.
Oh, yeah, right?
They didn't know what a car was, It's like, how would... have you heard of the flat Earth thing?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, well, the flat earthers always point to the Bible. They talk about the firmament, and, there's a firmament above. The water's above, the water's below. Think of it, if you went back in time, how would you tell a sheep herder that never heard, in his vocabulary, never had the word vacuum? How would you describe a vacuum to a sheep herder? Now, think of it. He's never heard of the word.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't know what a vacuum is. It's just a place you can't breathe, okay? You go up, and it's the waters above. You can't breathe in the water below. You can't breathe in the water above. So if you were a spaceman and went back in to tell a sheep herder that never heard of this stuff, how would you explain it to him? So, people don't understand that when they're reading that old ancient book. But anyway, so, there's great things happening right now. And I just love it because history is repeating itself. Y'all drivers out there, you really need to get your money out of cash and do like Bill Gates. Watch what the rich folk are doing. Bill Gates, if you look it up right now, he's buying farmland. He's buying dirt. They're not making any more dirt. Put your money in dirt, get it out of cash, buy dirt, commodities, gold, silver. I've always said gold and silver is a hedge. But look at Bill Gates. He is buying up farmland like it's going out of style.
Yeah, I know. The question is, why? And then also, Bill Gates yesterday pretty much made the announcement that he is going to be giving virtually all of his wealth. I think he's going to, technically it's going to go, philanthropy, but it's going to go to the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, which he pretty much essentially is saying all of his wealth is going to go into combating climate change. Because that's one of the big roles of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. He did say that my wealth, my status, as far as one of the wealthiest individuals in the world, I think it's $114 billion wealth right now. It's going to begin to drop on the charts, and eventually I'll be off the charts. And he says even his kids will not be left as billionaires. All right, we got to get our news break here, a little behind on a Thursday morning, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
President Joe Biden is facing a flurry of criticism as new federal data released Wednesday show 40-year high inflation increased the costs of everything by 9.1% in June over last year. Colby Smith with the Financial Times spoke to CBS News.
It's having an absolutely major impact for Americans here. It's not just energy prices, it's food as well, and across most goods and services, frankly. So a report like this one is pretty disastrous, not just for Americans, but for the Biden administration as well.
A former CIA software engineer accused of the biggest theft of classified information in CIA history has been convicted at a New York City retrial. A jury reached the guilty verdict against Joshua Schulte on Wednesday. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
President Joe Biden traveled to the Middle East on Wednesday.
President Biden's trip to the Middle East is being met with staunch criticism from Republicans who say the president is there on an anti-Israel agenda.
His policies of the last year and a half has done so much to alienate our friends that he's desperately trying to repair those relationships. Biden has nominated anti-Israel officials in his administration, has consistently undermined our Israeli allies.
Texas Republican Senator Ted Cruz speaking there. That audio courtesy of Fox Business. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Firefighters from Portugal and Spain to southern France and Croatia are battling wildfires scorching Europe amid an unusual heat wave. Portuguese authorities say more than 600 people have been evacuated and about 120 needed medical attention. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download at iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
First Lady Jill Biden has apologized for calling Hispanics as unique as breakfast tacos, but the fallout continues. Representative Guy Rushenthaler of Pennsylvania talked of double standards on Newsmax Wednesday night.
This shows you that the inherent bias by the Democratic Party. They're just trying to stereotype an entire block of Americans. And really the stereotype that they're putting on Hispanic. And Chris, this is why Republicans are polling about 54-55% with Hispanic voters. The Hispanic voters know that the party that is pro-family, the party that is supportive of those who just want to show up and work and live their lives, those are values that the Republican Party has. The Democrat Party looks down upon different voting blocks. They think all these blocks are monolithic. They're not. We Republicans look at people as individuals.
Montgomery County Police in Maryland are warning the public that officers will enforce laws against disturbing the peace at protests outside the homes of Supreme Court justices. On its website Wednesday night, Montgomery County Police posted the following message: there are content-neutral Montgomery County Code and Maryland law provisions that restrict protesting and assembling in a private neighborhood, as well as disturbing the peace. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, thank you much, and welcome back. Hour number 3 underway as we work our way time zone to time zone, 14th day of July. Hope your week's going well. Now, what else to cover? We'll get to some of the industry headlines coming up here. In New York, they tell us law enforcement experts there are calling a proposed new policy crazy that would prohibit the New York Police Department from drug testing new recruits for marijuana. or conduct random testing, again, for marijuana use. According to the memo obtained by Newsmax, the NYPD was no longer permitted to drug test for marijuana under the Marijuana Regulation and Taxation Act, which legalized recreational marijuana in the Empire State last year. Now, it says the memo issued Monday by the Deputy Commissioner for Legal Matters summarized an opinion by the New York City Law Department. It was entitled, NYPD No Longer Permitted to Drug Test for Marijuana. It was directed that the department stop pre-employment, random, and scheduled drug testing for marijuana. The memo also stated that starting immediately, the department should only drug test a member of service for marijuana if there is reasonable suspicion that that member is impaired while on the job. Spokesperson for the Deputy Commissioner of Public Information confirmed that the New York City Law Department has directed the NYPD to cease all random, scheduled, and pre-employment testing. Now, the spokesperson said the department will continue to administer screenings to personnel when there's indications of impairment, and they're reviewing their current policies in light of this new directive. Starting immediately, the NYPD should only issue a drug test for marijuana if there is reasonable suspicion the person's impaired on the job and it is impacting their performance, or where there is federal requirement that would mandate testing. After word of the memo became public, a subsequent statement from the NYPD Public Information Office kind of contradicted their earlier statement. It said there's no change in policy. The NYPD has received a legal memorandum from the city's law department regarding the implementation of the Marijuana and Taxation Act in the New York State law. We are in consultation with the law department over conflicts with the new state law and pre-existing federal law. Right now, they say while these discussions continue, there is no change in NYPD policy, procedures, or testing protocols. Yeah, regardless, even the consideration was decried by the former New York City Police Commissioner Bernard Kerik, who said, "This is crazy." The rationale for ending the testing, according to the memo, stems from the determination that there is no test for marijuana that conclusively determines current intoxication, making it impossible to determine by drug test alone. Okay, whether an employee is tested positive because of improper use on the job or during statutory protected off-hours use. He said a cop is technically on duty 24 hours a day, not just 8 hours or 10 hours a day. Considering police officers aren't allowed to carry their firearms if they're drinking or enter a bar where they could become intoxicated, they should not be permitted to be smoking dope and carrying a gun. If mental and physical faculties are diminished, you can't be using a firearm, he said. What scares me most, he said, though, is that incoming applicants won't be tested. New kids coming into the department could be smoking dope on a daily basis. And you're not going to be able to test them for that? That is nuts. Now, he says if a cop carrying a firearm winds up under the influence of marijuana and then something goes wrong in any way while they're on the job, the NYPD is going to be held liable. This is bad policy and bad precedent to basically say that cops are not going to be held accountable for smoking marijuana. Now, the new policy would be a big change from a memo that was issued to the police last year after marijuana use was legalized in the state, which pretty much said you're still strictly prohibited. Pretty much the same as it is for truck drivers today, right? Even if you reside in one of those states where recreational use is legal, under federal law, you are not allowed to drive a commercial vehicle. Which brings me to the report Scotty sent me this past day. Kind of fits right in. Truck drivers and marijuana testing. While the grueling lifestyle and the aging workforce has led to a national shortage of truck drivers, a Wells Fargo executive believes there's another issue that's exacerbating the crunch, which is marijuana testing. Drug screenings, paired with the nature of the job, which often requires drivers spend weeks on end away from home, has led to many truck drivers to leave the industry. He said this issue is going to continue to push prices higher, worsening a surge in transportation cost that have left all of us looking at big price hikes and even shortages on products. He said it's really about drug testing. We've legalized marijuana in some states, obviously not all. What we've done is we're excluding a significant portion of that trucker industry. Now, this has been under debate for several years, especially as the labor shortage continues to place more power in the hands of the workers. At the same time, marijuana use has become more accepted. Last year, a Gallup poll of consumer habits found 49% of U.S. adults have used the drug at least once. To date, 37 states have legalized the use for medical. 18 have cleared it for recreational use. But the trucking industry's policies have become even more stringent. Truck drivers are randomly tested on a quarterly basis, as well as in the event of an accident or a traffic ticket. According to the FMCSA, drivers that test positive are immediately removed from driving, per the FMCSA. Then in 2020, the trucking industry implemented a law that required all truck drivers who failed a drug test to be listed on the federal database, the clearinghouse, so that other companies would avoid hiring that driver. Before that, drivers theoretically could move to a new company that would have no knowledge of a positive test with the previous company. That law has impacted nearly 110,000 truck drivers, about 56% of which were reported for marijuana use. These 60,000 drivers who tested positive for marijuana use in the past 2 years could help plug the shortage of about 80,000 drivers, according to the American Trucking Association. Since that database was launched, more than 6.4 million queries have been conducted as of late December, as all employers now must consult that database before they approve a new driver. As of last December, more than 81,000 drivers were prohibited from work, over 75% of which had not begun the lengthy reassessment process that they're required to go through before they can return to work. It sounds like most of them say, screw it, I just won't, I'll find another occupation, won't be driving a truck. Interesting numbers on marijuana use, right? Our number, 844-844-3388. Who we got on the line?
Hey, we got Bolt.
Hello, Bolt.
Hey, how you doing, Steve?
I can't complain. How's your week going?
Well, I just learned earlier the power's back on at home.
How,
I've got power at home now.
how long was it out? Was that a pretty lengthy outage?
Well, it went out around 3 o'clock p.m. yesterday, and then it came back on around 5:30 today at p.m. time. But my uncle had posted the photos of all the damage that it did, and I'll see if I can email them to you later, but it was pretty nasty. I'd seen at least like a dozen electric company trucks go up and down the road with the big utility pole.
Now, is that the storms that caused the crazy flooding there?
I don't know, but I'm telling you, there was so much rain and the wind was blowing so hard the trees were bending sideways.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I live in the middle of nowhere and there's trees all around me. I was kind of scared that they would fall on my house. But I wanted to make a little comment about the COVID, the new study they did on COVID about the blood types affecting.
Very interesting.
I got it back in November, and I wish I had known back then that type A blood types were more susceptible to get it, because I'm type A negative. And I'll tell you, I don't wish COVID upon anybody. That was the worst. I'd tell you, I was in bed for like 4 days. I couldn't move. I felt awful. And on top of that, I had the Pfizer shot back in, not this April, but last April. And that it didn't help it either. But I wasn't in the hospital. I felt awful. But I guess you could say I survived it.
Well, yeah, you're still here. Yeah, it's just we've been saying from way back at the 2+ years ago. I'm kind of wondering that there has to be something in the mix as to why certain individuals get so deathly ill, ending up in the hospital on respirators, and others might not even know they even had it. It's something in there is making a difference. What is it?
Yeah. And when it first got on me, it felt like, because I have seasonal allergies, it felt like my normal seasonal allergies, which I get seasonal allergies like in the fall and spring. So I'm like, I'm used to this. But then it got steadily worse. And it's like, nope, this isn't seasonal allergies. But I may be susceptible to get it again, since I work in the public and with the any kind of people on a normal day basis, and that's probably how I got it the last time.
Sure.
Hope I don't get it again.
Obviously, it's not difficult to get, right?
Nope, especially if you're around at least 4 dozen different kinds of people a day.
Every day.
Because I work in the food industry. I work for Domino's, so I deal with the Karens. I'm a manager, so I have to be the one.
Can I speak to a manager, please?
Nope, you're speaking to him right now. What I like to, I haven't done it yet, but I like to, whenever they say that, I'm like, okay, I'll put the phone down for a few minutes, walk away, do something else. Walk back, biggest smile on my face. How are you doing today? How may I help you? And it will get them every time.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
I didn't have enough cheese on this pizza. What are you doing down there at Domino's, right? That's got to be fun. All right, let's see. Lines available at 844-844-3388, 26 past the hour. Speaking of the food industry, all of a sudden a bunch of COVID stories this past day. If you've had it, they're now saying you might want to clean out your freezer. New study suggests that the cousins of SARS, that's these Omicron variants, can survive on frozen meat and fish for up to 30 days. The research, prompted by outbreaks in Asia in which packaged meat was suspected as the source, was conducted on frozen chicken, beef, pork, and salmon. The findings published on June 11, a journal of the American Society for Microbiology. Of course, you may You might not store meat in the fridge for 30 days. You may indeed store it in your freezer for that long. According to the professor of public health at Campbell University, the team conducted their research without the use of actual coronavirus that causes COVID-19. They relied on surrogate viruses with similar protein spikes, they say. These similar viruses were placed on frozen meat and fish, which was then stored in both refrigerator temperatures, like 39.2 degrees Fahrenheit, and freezer temperatures of -4 degrees. We even found the viruses could be cultured after being frozen for that length of time, 30 days. This is pretty significant, they say, because SARS can reproduce in the gut, not just the respiratory tract, where most people feel the effects. 3 different strains were used as surrogates in the study, including 2 animal coronaviruses. All 3 have been used as stands-in previous studies of COVID-19. Now, they found the viruses did not fare as well in refrigerated temperatures as they did in freezer temperatures, which kind of, you would think the opposite, right? This kind of underlines the importance of rigorous sanitation when it comes to harvesting, transporting, packaging, and distributing food products. I guess that means if you're a worker in one of these plants where they're packaging frozen burgers, something along that lines, and you're coughing and your droplets are in the air, you could actually go purchase frozen meat and possibly get COVID from it. All right, right before we get to our news break, we've got clear lines at 844-844-3388. First time this morning. Pappy chimed back in real quick. He said, a point I wanted to make, but I forgot when I called. Since the hearings, the January 6th hearings, are all one-sided. No one to defend Trump. If there was, they would recall Trump's attorney. Sir, did you make any statements to Ms. Hoffman about warning President Trump that crimes would be committed if Trump supporters enter on the grounds of the Capitol? No, sir, I did not. Discredits Hoffman's testimony. Now, Liz Cheney was trying to set the stage that Trump had intent. What a disgrace of a human being she is. Yeah, Liz Cheney. Well, we know she's got it out for him, right? All right, news break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
President Joe Biden visited Israel on Wednesday, adding yet another entry to his long list of gaffes. He mistakenly said we must keep alive the, quote, honor of the Holocaust.
Later today, I will once more return to the hallowed ground of Yad Vashem to honor 6 million Jewish lives who were stolen in the genocide and continue, which we must do every day, continue to bear witness. To keep alive the truth and honor of the Holocaust, horror of the Holocaust.
The president made the flub shortly after touching down in Israel, kicking off a 2-day visit with the Middle Eastern country's leaders. U.S. inflation surged to a new 4-decade high in June. The government's consumer price index soared 9.1% over the past year. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Do your pets have the same energy they used to? Do they have problems with itching, scratching, a dull coat, or goopy ears? Then your pets need Dinovite.
DINOVITE.com.
For over 20 years, pet owners have trusted Dynovite to supplement their pet's diet.
We started Dynovite, and in our first box, we noticed a difference.
Dynovite is an all-natural daily supplement made from whole foods that help support your pet's immune system, digestion, skin, and coat.
Within 3 weeks, he's not scratching and itching, and he's an all-around happier dog.
Today's commercial pet foods are processed at high temperatures, which bakes out all the essential goodness. These processed foods can lack the essential vitamins, enzymes, and probiotics that contribute to overall good health. Adding a scoop of Dynovite to your pet's food bowl is the answer.
If you love your pets as much as I do, you'll want to do what's best for them to live long, healthy, happy lives.
I have 2 cats and 2 dogs. All 4 of them are on the Dynovite.
You won't believe how happy your dog will be.
DINOVITE.com.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairDog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
Bauer's just toying with the competition in minis. Linville and Christensen score their first in a while. And it's onward to Central Indiana for the Grand National Tour. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. As I'm recording this report, the NTPA crew and its great competitors are heading home from Dodge City, Kansas, after a rousing second edition of the Wild West Grand Nationals. Class winners included Chris Linville of Osgood, Indiana, and his Ridge Runner, and Adam Spiegelberg of Weyowego, Wisconsin, and his Detonator Black in light superstock. Steve Blagrave of Ackerley, Texas, and his Red Horse, and Steve Burge of Linton, Indiana, and his Lock and Load in Superstock Diesel. Doug Christensen of Glencoe, Minnesota, and his Pack Rat 6, and Marty Clark of Hartford City, Indiana, and his Just Like Clockwork in two-wheel drive. Carmen Foster of Fairgrove, Michigan, and her foster child, and Mark Mangan of Goodhue, Minnesota, and his Outlaw in four-wheel drive. Adam Bauer of Peyton, Iowa, and his Iron Toy Twice in Modified Mini. And Brett Berg of Farmington, Minnesota, in his Moneymaker, and Tommy Owens of Montgomery, New York, and his Ramblin' Rose in Modified. We wish safe travels to all the pullers and to our dedicated fans who turned out for 2 awesome nights of smoke and noise at Raceway Park. And thanks also to the Dodge City staff and community for their outstanding hospitality. This is quickly becoming a destination event, folks. Be sure to mark it on your calendar for next year. A special congratulations to the Linvilles on their very first Grand National win, to Doug Christensen on his first in at least 16 years, and to Adam Bauer on his convincing sweep. Adam's other tractor, Cowboy Up, was second and third over the 2 nights. The 2 minis from the Bauer stable remained 1 and 2 in the point standings and have opened up a 13-point bulge back to third place Chase Richardson and his Vibrator. These minis, all 2,050 pounds and 3,000 horsepower of them, will next be in action at the Lions Super Bowl of South in Chapel Hill, Tennessee, the NTPA's second Super National event of the season, on Friday and Saturday, July 22nd and 23rd. They'll be joined by the Diesel Supers, Pro Stocks, four-wheel drives, and unlimited modifieds. Visit LionsSuperPole.com for tickets and event information. But first, it's the Johnson County Fair Pole, this coming Friday and Saturday, July 15th and 16th at 7 p.m. at the fairgrounds in Franklin, Indiana. There you'll see the Grand National Super Farms make their long-awaited season debut, along with the two-wheel drives and the Pro Stocks, at a pole that's certain to draw competitors heavily from the heart of the Hoosier State. Incoming point leaders are Jesse Petro of Camden, Ohio, and his Kathy's Complaint two-wheeler, and Danny Schmucker of Louisville, Ohio, and his Rampage Pro, while Ryan Anderson of Hoopston, Illinois, will be on hand with his Checkin' Out Super Farm to begin his title defense. Come to Franklin and see the NTPA's very best in 3 scintillating classes. For more information about the fair and its scheduled attractions, visit johnsoncountyfair.com. And of course, check out ntpapull.com for information on Franklin and all the great upcoming regional events in Charlotte, Michigan on Thursday and Friday, July 14th and 15th, Decorah, Iowa on July 14th, Logansport, Indiana on July 15th, and Wilmington, Ohio and River Falls, Wisconsin on Saturday, July 16th. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All right, hello to Mr. Q on board. Mr. Quigley, there you go. Says, good morning, Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler. Good morning, Steve. 70 degrees in, is it Brodus, Montana? Big shout out to the Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger from Big Sky Country. Yeah, I know Monkey Gouger been on, he's been down at the Marina Del Rey, right? Supposedly doing some fishing. A little birdie told me that he ain't doing no fishing. He's sitting in his underwear in the lounge chair being lazy. I think he's supposed to be getting back on the road here soon, right? Michigan Madman on board. He says, hey, Steve, it's King's Royal Weekend at Eldora Speedway. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, that started this past evening, right? Pulled that up. How many sprint cars show up for that? It's one of the big ones. Have a whole bunch of heat races, and was it the top 3 in the heat races transfer into the main event? Last night was the Joker's Wild. Here we are, Thursday, July the 14th. Tonight is known as the historical big one. The big one, huh? Friday night, it's called Night Before, and then Saturday night, the main event, the 39th Kings Royal, the best of the best. Now, obviously, going to be a lot of traffic heading up there to the Eldora Speedway, right? Everyone arrives at different times throughout the week, but they say most all leave at the same time after the big event. As such, parking lots and roadways are going to be congested. To alleviate congestion, local authorities will be initiating a post-race traffic pattern, one on Friday and a larger scaled counterflow on Saturday to help in getting the lots emptied quicker. They've got the maps depicting how the roads are going to be, again, counterflowing following the races Friday and Saturday night. Each parking lot will exit in a specific direction. If you find yourself going in the opposite direction that you need to go, they've got a map of the area roads there. Many roads and highways in this area are square mile blocks, so getting yourself pointed in the right direction should not be much of a difficulty there. But there you go, Eldora weekend. Good times. Hopefully some good weather there. All right, wide open lines at 844-844-3388. Turn your camera on, dummy. I look up there. No screen. Industry headlines. Yeah, all right, we've talked about brokers. As the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration works toward providing better guidance regarding brokers, they've told the agency needs to start enforcing regulations that are already on the books. This is OOIDA. For years, small business truckers, they say, have expressed frustration that regulations designed to provide fairness and transparency between the carriers and the brokers are routinely evaded by the brokers or simply not enforced by the FMCSA. They filed comments earlier this week as we gather information to direct upcoming guidance on the definitions of broker and what they call bona fide agents. We believe many of the underlying issues could be solved through better compliance and enforcement of the current regulations, as well as finally implementing legislative provisions enacted years ago to prohibit dishonest brokers from conducting business in the trucking industry. They're referencing 49 CFR 371.3, which was intended to ensure that motor carriers have access to transactional information. Now, we encourage the agency, the FMCSA, to grant the petition that would require brokers to automatically share transaction records electronically after the contractual service had been completed, and it would prohibit brokers from including any sort of a provision in their contracts, and this is the way many of them get around it, is in the contract, there's a provision that forces you to waive your right to see the transactional records. The money. Improving and enforcing transparency will help motor carriers differentiate between a good broker versus the unscrupulous brokers. Regarding the notice, the FMCSA's guidance must examine the role of a dispatch service in the transportation industry. Over the past decade, the FMCSA has had numerous inquiries and even several petitions related to the definition of a broker. The FMCSA is aware that there is significant stakeholder interest in the unauthorized brokerage enforcement. Now, OOIDA says the problem, the definition of a broker is not really the source of the problem. In our opinion, the current definition gives sufficient clarity to distinguish between brokers and bona fide agents and dispatch services. It's not the definition that's the problem, but rather how the business actually operates. One of the problems that brokers often work too much in the interest of the shippers. They're supposed to represent both the shipper and the carrier as an impartial intermediary to arrange transportation of a product, right? Unfortunately, some of these brokers are far more likely to favor the shipper in their contacts. The most egregious broker-carrier contracts have a write-off, set-off clause. Set-off clauses give the broker the right to seize funds for debts. Then they also spoke out about the process of double brokering, another egregious practice utilized by carriers who are actually acting as a broker. The term double brokering is often confused with co-brokering. It's not illegal for a load to be brokered multiple times, with multiple brokers getting paid a percentage of the load. Co-brokering. It is unlawful when a carrier accepts a load from a shipper and the shipper is under the impression that that carrier is going to load it, but then the carrier brokers that load to another carrier without the shipper's knowledge. Some of that goes on every day. Either way, the FMCSA's comment period regarding the definition of brokers ended on Monday of this week, and that is the day OOIDA submitted their comments to the FMCSA, and we'll see where that goes. It is 844-844-3388, and we return into...
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, hope your week's going well. Good to have you on board. I guess we got a DA of the Week nominee here. Truck driver facing DUI charges and more after getting into a scuffle with police at a truck stop. This was, I guess that would be Tuesday in Beloit, Illinois, a little before 11 o'clock in the evening, according to the Beloit Daily News. Police were called to the Flying J truck stop on reports of an intoxicated truck driver. When officers arrived, they discovered Laura Meredith in the cab of the tractor trailer attempting to leave the truck stop. When asked by officers, she refused to get out of the cab and eventually punched an officer in the face when he tried to remove her. Uh-oh, big mistake. That brings more officers. Other officers were able to pull her out of the truck, and the two fell to the ground. Meredith and the punched officer, both sustaining minor injuries. She's now facing, though, charges of DUI involving a commercial vehicle, aggravated battery of a police officer, resisting arrest, and criminal damage to government property. It didn't have to be that bad. It's a whole lot worse now than it would have been. Yeah, you punch the officer, it's going downhill from there, trust me. Well, good morning, Rambler.
Well, praise God, and good morning, Steve, and good morning, God's children. Praise God. I'm glad to be on the air with you, and I tell you what, that was a very stupid thing for that lady to do.
Yeah.
And she'll be working out a Circle K, crying in her Slurpee, wishing, what in the world did I do? Why did I go and do this or ruin my career? Ignorance and apathy.
Yeah.
Ignorance and apathy. You know, Steve, Klaus von Stauffenberg. Do you know what Klaus von Stauffenberg and Kurt Wagner have in common?
That I do not.
Well, Kurt Wagner was a great German composer. He wrote one of the greatest orchestras, symphonies ever. Flight of the Valkyrie is the name of the symphony. If you ain't never heard it, for all you wrestling fans, if you ever seen Daniel Bryan or Bryan Danielson come down to the ring, that's what he comes out to. But Operation Valkyrie was a instrument that Hitler designed in case Germany was to fall. It was last-minute preparations to bring up the reserves and secure the country. Well, Klaus von Stauffenberg was able to get Hitler to amend that, and Klaus von Stauffenberg and several other high-ranking German officers on July 20th, I forget the date, I want to say 1942 or 1944, it was an assassination attempt on Hitler's life when he was in the wolf den. And they thought they had killed him. Mm-hmm. And they put this into operation. It was almost successful in taking the German soldiers, having them get under, see, they were sworn a death oath to Adolf Hitler. They turn on him while he's the Chancellor of Germany, they would be killed. Well, with him being assassinated, they would get the soldiers' loyalty to switch from Hitler to them, so they would be loyal, and they were going to surrender to the Allied government, which would have prevented Russia from taking the eastern half of Berlin, and a lot of the Iron Curtain wouldn't have been, the Cold War, Iron Curtain, all that stuff wouldn't have been around, but it didn't happen. The reason why I bring this up, Steve, because there was a kangaroo court, a puppet trial. Germans, rumors word got out about the concentration camps, Dachau, Auschwitz, so many other godforsaken places and godforsaken things that they were doing to the poor Jewish people. And it really just gripes my butt to hear that idiot chief and, on there, how could he even be president? That's what gets me. How come he isn't being removed from office? He gets up there, he talks about, and I've been listening to the news breaks and stuff like that, glorifying the Holocaust, and then all of a sudden he has to walk back his remarks. But, I see the same thing going on because they made it public. And, of course, these men knew their fate. They were going to be executed. But they made a public trial, and it was a kangaroo court. And I see the same thing happening January the 6th committee. A kangaroo court, a puppet court, held by that witch, that demon-possessed mad woman, Nancy Pelosi. She gave the Republicans an opportunity to pick people. We did. And that wasn't good enough. So she went on ahead and picked the ones that just hated Trump. And it's a kangaroo court is all it is. What's the saying? Who said it? Find me the crime and I'll find you the person, or something like that. Now I read where they're trying to talk to the Justice Department. This is all but over. They've lost. The FBI has come out and said that we can't find nothing. We don't even know why this is even going on. And then you had that driver call in last night. That really raised my blood pressure. I'm not even going to call his name. This is the same driver that tried to claim that he made millions of dollars being an owner-operator, and Big Moose and I called him out on it, said that's not so, because we've been there. Big Moose, a better owner-operator than I was, and apparently because I lost my business and he stayed in it and was able to get out of it. Thank God. But I normally don't get political, but this is just all about they don't want Donald Trump running for president again, The Bush Republicans want a Bush guy in there. And I'm sorry, I know I voted for Bush, but do you honestly think George Bush ran this country? No, Dick Cheney was running the country. Why do you think the Halliburton contracts and we got sent to Iraq? Even then I was questioning myself, why are we going into Iraq? Why are we going after Saddam Hussein? We're not supposed to be going after him. We're supposed to be going after Osama bin Laden. And push fuel through the roof, and a lot of owner-operators lost their businesses in. I was a casualty of that, So it's nothing but a big hullabaloo, kangaroo court. I mean, there's no cross-examination. Right. The other side doesn't get to say nothing, Steve. I mean, it's ridiculous. And this yahoo is jumping all over you last night. I mean, it really kind of got my dander up, talking about, well, why are you talking about it? Well, because it's worth talking about. Why not talk about it? Because I guarantee you, if it was you or I, Steve, if it was you or I, there wouldn't even be a trial. It would be done over. We'd be sitting underneath the jail eating stale bread and stagnant water. Is what we be doing. But I tell you what, Big Moose says something that it didn't upset me, but Big Moose said something, and I want to just clarify. He said something, and I turned my head when he said it. He's just waiting for them to throw dirt on his face. Well, sir, you may not be a truck driver no more, retired truck driver, but by golly, you do have a voice, sir. You have a voice and people listen to you. You're a true leader. And just to say you're just going to sit around and wait on folks to throw dirt on you, waiting to die, you just waiting your turn. I wish you wouldn't take that mindset, sir, because there's a lot of people, whether you know it or not, do look up to you. They put stock into what you're saying because you're a wise old fella. You've been there, done that. You've been through some things. You still got a lot of living left to do, sir. You got a lot of knowledge to pass on to help some people. And by God, there's a lot of children, a lot of kids, young adults wiped out of their mind on the devil's lettuce, like that shooter. They're starting to say now, that guy that shot up the Highland Park, that's what he was wiped out of his mind. And people say, well, why do you want to condemn the devil's lettuce? Well, let me tell you, I ain't never been one to partake of the devil's lettuce. I've tried it a time or two. I didn't like it. But Steve, the devil's lettuce, the pot that was around when you and I were growing up, is not the same pot. The kind of pot that was around when you and I were growing up had like 4% THC. This garbage that they're selling now has got like 100% to where it's psychoactive. I mean, it's making people just go crazy. Some of it is. Mm-hmm. And, it's ludicrous. We're definitely in the end times. And I like what Moose said the other night, said, we don't took the last wish in the bowl. We're in the main line. And I tell you what, we are God's children. Look at you. I see God in the field all the time. So if you ain't got your heart right with the Lord, you better get it right, because Steve, I wouldn't be a bit surprised at that Easter. I know we got to get off the phone. That Easter sky cracks at any time. And God's children, love just on another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to have now. Just because I'm on a rant doesn't mean I don't love you. If Jesus can love you, and he does, Brother Rambler can love you, and I do. And Steve, God bless you. I love you, man.
Thank you much, Rambler. Great to have you with us, as always. And he is 100% correct when he talks about the marijuana we smoked when we were young versus the dope that's out there today. The potency they're talking about. Got a story, as he was speaking, I'd seen this a couple of days ago. It says, many people who have voted for legalization thought they were talking about the marijuana of the 60s to the 80s, when the THC content was less than 2%. However, without any clear guidelines or regulations from government officials, the cannabis industry's kind of taken a page from the tobacco and alcohol industry playbook and have developed strains and concentrated marijuana products with much higher concentrations of THC, the psychoactive component that causes addiction. The more potent a drug is, the stronger the possibility of addiction, and the more likely the person will continue to purchase and use said product. They go into more than, I got to get our news break here, as he said. We've got clear lines as we hit the midnight hour on the West Coast. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
President Joe Biden is facing a flurry of criticism as new federal data released Wednesday show 40-year high inflation increased the costs of everything by 9.1% in June over last year. Colby Smith with the Financial Times spoke to CBS News.
It's having an absolutely major impact for Americans here. It's not just energy prices, it's food as well, and across most goods and services, frankly. So a report like this one is pretty disastrous, not just for Americans, but for the Biden administration as well.
A former CIA software engineer accused of the biggest theft of classified information in CIA history has been convicted at a New York City retrial. A jury reached the guilty verdict against Joshua Schulte on Wednesday. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
President Joe Biden traveled to the Middle East on Wednesday.
President Biden's trip to the Middle East is being met with staunch criticism from Republicans who say the president is there on an anti-Israel agenda.
His policies of the last year and a half has done so much to alienate our friends that he's desperately trying to repair those relationships. Biden has nominated anti-Israel officials in his administration, has consistently undermined our Israeli allies.
Texas Republican Senator Ted Cruz speaking there. That audio courtesy of Fox Business. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Firefighters from Portugal and Spain to southern France and Croatia are battling wildfires scorching Europe amid an unusual heat wave. Portuguese authorities say more than 600 people have been evacuated and about 120 needed medical attention. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best, raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download at iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
First Lady Jill Biden has apologized for calling Hispanics as unique as breakfast tacos, but the fallout continues. Representative Guy Rushenthaler of Pennsylvania talked of double standards on Newsmax Wednesday night.
This shows you that the inherent bias by the Democratic Party. They're just trying to stereotype an entire block of Americans. And really the stereotype that they're putting on Hispanic. And Chris, this is why Republicans are polling about 54-55% with Hispanic voters. The Hispanic voters know that the party that is pro-family, the party that is supportive of those who just want to show up and work and live their lives, those are values that the Republican Party has. The Democrat Party looks down upon different voting blocks. They think all these blocks are monolithic. They're not. We Republicans look at people as individuals.
Montgomery County Police in Maryland are warning the public that officers will enforce laws against disturbing the peace at protests outside the homes of Supreme Court justices. On its website Wednesday night, Montgomery County Police posted the following message: there are content-neutral Montgomery County Code and Maryland law provisions that restrict protesting and assembling in a private neighborhood, as well as disturbing the peace. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. Sommers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Thank you so much, and welcome back. Everybody on the same page, right? Welcome into a Thursday. All right, so weekend just around the corner. Yeah, I'll be doing some traveling. Won't be fun travels. Be saying farewell to a wonderful uncle. Headed down to Tennessee. In Nashville for the funeral. Take the wife back to Chattanooga. And it's back to the secret bunker in Southwest Ohio to join you back on Monday night, Tuesday morning. We will be here tonight, though. Thursday night, Friday morning, we'll be live tonight. All right. Back to... Yeah, Rambler brought up the whole THC thing, and I knew that products today were much, what would you say, much more potent than the stuff we bought in the 60s and the 80s. I didn't realize they've got, he's correct, when they've got products with THC content up to 95% these days. Said prior to the 90s, the THC in marijuana was less than 2%. In the 90s, it grew to 4%. Between 95 and 2015, a 212% increase in the THC content. Yeah, now the dispensaries in Colorado, they said there's different variations, but anywhere from 17 to as much as 28%. They got this very popular strain called Girl Scout Cookie. Okay. And they've taken it even further. Now they've got, of course, concentrated products, oil, shatter, dab, edibles, that are able to get the THC concentration upward to 95%. Now, they say there's absolutely no research that indicates that that level of THC is beneficial for any medical condition. The exclusive purpose of these products is to produce a high. It's a very lengthy article, but you go down to, marijuana. I smoked my fair share when I was younger, teens, 20s. And they always said it's non-addictive, right? You don't get there was no identified withdrawal symptoms, so technically it was not considered an addictive drug. That, they say, has changed. With the potency, there is a definite, recognized withdrawal symptom, including increased anger, irritability, depression, restlessness, headache, loss of appetite, insomnia, and severe cravings for marijuana. It's reported that 9% of those who experiment with marijuana will become addicted. 17% who start using as teenagers will become addicted. 25 to 50% of those who use daily will become addicted. A 2015 study in the UK found that high-potency cannabis use is associated with increased severity of dependency, especially in young children. Addiction is a problem with the learning and the memory part of the brain, and all drugs of abuse work in the same reward pathway, where we learn to do anything like eat and procreate. All drugs of abuse cause a release of dopamine that signifies salience and starts the process of long-term potentation, which reinforces the learning. Now, they go into some of the technical mumbo-jumbo, and they say it's true for it's alcohol, cocaine, methamphetamine, heroin, nicotine, and THC. They said lots more in the story, but I did not realize that it had gone from 2% to as much as 95%. Wow, big changes over the years, huh? Meanwhile, our number, 844-844-3388. I got an email from a first-time emailer, long-time listener, as he calls it, Scrubby. Yeah, I mentioned earlier, who was it? High Tech brought up Bill Gates purchasing farmland. Yeah, it's not like he's doing it as a favor to us. He says Bill Gates is buying up America's farmland, not using it for any other purpose than to own it without farming it or raising cattle on it. Remember, Bill Gates owns Beyond Meats. You know, the fake meat. He wants the world on fake meat. And of course, he's battling climate change by not needing cattle. I wouldn't think we should paint this guy as a model to follow financially. All right, thank you very much. Long-time listener, first-time emailer. Let's go, Brandon. And whatever happened to Spaceman, he said. Scrubby, every once in a while, I'll toss a comment out to Spaceman via Facebook, because we're still Facebook friends. But yeah, he tells me I'll call in next week, and I yet to hear from him. Come on, Spaceman, what's going on? Want to hear your latest adventures. I know you've been out there on the bikes. You and Lady Spaceman, or Space Chick, he calls her, Space Chick, out there touring around the country. All right, 19 past the hour, and plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. We return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, hello to Fred this morning, who checked in about 20 minutes ago, said, just waking up to no power. Thanks to the storms that rolled through earlier, but at least it's cooled off. Yeah, they said hoping to have power back by about 2:30 a.m. I think he's Central Time, right? Because he put me out a little after 3 o'clock. So, yeah, maybe here at the bottom of the hour. Keep your fingers crossed. Hello to the Dipsy driver on board. There's Kentucky Ken, morning overnight drive crew, and Steve Sommers pre-trip, and then it's off to Plano, Illinois. Kentucky Ken on board, listening in this morning. All right, good to have you with us. Hey, you remember what they called it, the housing bubble, where the lenders were allowing people to finance homes that were, payments were way above what should traditionally have been viewed as an affordable payment. There's a percentage of income. You can only afford to put out so much for your home because you still have to make typically a car payment. You have to cover utilities. You have to have money for food. And millions of people were in over their heads. And when the House of Cards came tumbling in, they started changing the whole criteria for home lending, income levels, and things of that nature. And you look at the medium housing prices these days, I think they're up in the $300,000-$400,000 range for new homes these days. I think we've got an automobile bubble that may actually be in the process of bursting as we speak. Automakers, car dealers, private sellers have all been riding the wave of good news. Vehicle prices at all-time highs for new and used cars. Average price of a new vehicle today is now above $47,000. Now, how can you afford that? Well, people are taking out longer and longer loan terms to stretch out those payments to afford these cars and the markups that come with them. Now, a Barron's report says these high prices are starting to bite back. Repossessions are rapidly increasing. We seem to be in an automobile bubble. There you go. In 2020, with the pandemic, some of the pandemic measures actually boosted some people's finances. Of course, many received their stimulus checks. There was a freeze on rents. There were forbearances on debt. And the simple fact that a lot of people were spending less money going out or traveling because everything was locked down. During that time, a lot of people bought new cars. Well, now that the relief programs have all dried up and the lockdowns have eased, reality check time. Reality is hitting hard, they say. Many people can no longer afford the cars they went out and purchased. One dealer tells Barron's about some doozies that he's seen. People making $2,500 a month saddled with a $1,000 car payment. Well, now here's my question. Who loans someone that's making $2,500 a month money? Who offers a loan for a $1,000 a month car payment? Now come the delinquencies and the car repossessions. And they say the industry saw it coming. Ford's chief financial officer said the company has started to see more buyers defaulting on their loans. Subprime repossessions are up 11% from 2020. More concerning and maybe more unexpected is this. Barron's reports that repos are also on the rise, even among those with higher credit scores. Prime score customers used to make up 2% of repossessions. Now it is up to 4% of repos, and these are supposed to be secure customers. Good credit score, right? Now, I said this may be an indication the economy is not as strong as we hoped it would be, and it may get worse. Barron's also spoke with the Cardozo School of Law professor who predicted an auto loan crisis last year, and she thinks things are going to come to a head very soon. The bubble is beginning to show signs of bursting soon. It should have burst last year, but the Fed's response to economic factors caused by the pandemic actually postponed that. Now the bubble's only gotten worse, with data from the New York Fed showing auto loan debt at a combined $1.47 trillion. So she said, when the bubble bursts, it's gonna hurt. Uh-oh. Yeah, but again, who offers financing? Someone making $2,500 a month, actually going to allow them say, oh, yeah, well, we'll approve a loan for a $1,000 a month auto payment? I'm guessing that's got to be an extreme example, but I don't think there's no banks out there that are going to give somebody that kind of money. With that, we'll get our news break just ahead here, then back to your calls at 844-844-3388. Republicans didn't waste any time yesterday responding to the worse than expected inflation numbers. 40-year high. Of course, Joe Biden's in the Middle East right now. Now, he actually released a statement saying the unacceptably high June inflation numbers were, in his words, out of date. Out of date. I guess he's thinking now that fuel prices have dropped 30 cents from where they were a month ago, the numbers wouldn't have been nearly as... They said a lot of this was fuel prices. Yes, the gas prices soared in the month of June, but yeah, more on that coming up here. First, we get, again, our news break here, rolling into a Thursday. Great to have you on board. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
President Joe Biden is facing a flurry of criticism as new federal data released Wednesday show 40-year high inflation increased the costs of everything by 9.1% in June over last year. Colby Smith with the Financial Times spoke to CBS News.
It's having an absolutely major impact for Americans here. It's not just energy prices, it's food as well, and across most goods and services, frankly. So a report like this one is pretty disastrous, not just for Americans, but for the Biden administration as well.
A former CIA software engineer accused of the biggest theft of classified information in CIA history has been convicted at a New York City retrial. A jury reached the guilty verdict against Joshua Schulte on Wednesday. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesman the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart savings strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, thank you much, and welcome back. Right after we wrapped things up there on Wednesday morning, mentioned we had the International Space Station. I'm on the list for the email updates when you're going to be able to view a flyover. And it went like right directly overhead. It was visible for like 7 minutes. So from one horizon to the other, I think it was like 5:05 a.m. And I was chatting with Pappy and some of our listening friends, and he said, all right, he's got the tracker on his smartphone. At 5:05, it was just crossing out of the Eastern Pacific out toward Washington State, southern Canada. Within 6 minutes time from there, it was pretty much directly overhead. 6 minutes from the Eastern Pacific to over Southwest Ohio, and the whole region, could see it, view it, and by the time it was still in our sight. He said, Steve, it's over North Carolina, and now it's over the Atlantic Ocean. It's just moving along at 17,500 miles per hour. Supposedly got another almost exact same track flyover at 4:22 a.m., I think was the update from the NASA email I received. So again, it's supposed to be visible for like 7 minutes. Round and round she goes, but they are flat out moving up there. Our number, 844-844-3388. What do you say, Vic?
Hey, good morning, Steve. Anyway, I won't get off on the space stuff. It is vastly more interesting than what's going on down here on Earth. But you mentioned there Sundance right after I'd called in there. There's a couple of statements he made that I found interesting. He implied that we weren't paying attention to the January 6th Commission because the different right-wing talk show or conservative talk show people were instructing us not to watch the January 6th Commission, which I found rather, I don't know whether you'd say offensive or amusing or what, but it's like, no, I don't pay attention to what somebody says, about you shouldn't do this or you shouldn't do that. And I don't believe most people are like a bunch of lemmings or, sheeple or whatever. But then he went on to say that we didn't know what was going on, so we shouldn't be talking about it. Well, number one,
exactly. If we're not watching the hearings and believing everything that they're trying to depict, we shouldn't. We have no business talking about it. That's what I gathered from it.
Right, correct. Well, number one, Steve, we've seen this act before. I mentioned the deal about the FBI and two experiences that I'd had with their modus operandi. After I got off the phone, I thought, I mentioned about how the radicals somehow popped up and they weren't. FBI wasn't investigating them, but instead they went after the actual environmentalists and conservationists. And I just said that they believed in the right forest management practices. I believe I should have pointed out that at that time clear cutting was going on, and the large timber companies and everything, they wanted the clear cutting and also the mountaintop mining over in West Virginia. which was very destructive. And that was what the actual environmentalists were actually, that's what they were protesting to. But again, like I said, the large timber companies and financial interests, they wanted they wanted the mountaintop mining and clear cutting because they made a whole lot more money essentially. But the Isaac Walton League, the Sierra Clubs, and all that, they were an easier, softer target for the FBI. So they wanted to get them out of the way. While at the time, people that were doing real environmental harm were let go. And then, like I was talking about there on the when I traded the futures and was a broker, I was telling you that they wanted to get the floor traders out of the way. Well, after I got off, I thought, well, I should have explained that I was getting trades for $15 a trade, where if I'd went with the major broker companies, they would charge me $100 a trade for the exact same trade. So, you know, and again, they got the job done. They got the floor brokers removed and claimed they were front running and a whole bunch of other stuff. So I really don't, you know, when you're talking about these people being held in jail without due process, not getting a fair and speedy trial, and one of the reasons, to me, the reason they don't want a fair and speedy trial is once they do press charges against these people and give them a court date, then they have to provide a lot of information that it looks to me like this January 6th commission has tried to suppress, you know, the videotapes and how this all came about. And the other thing is, like I said, the other thing is trying to criminalize political speech and trying to say that a contested election, it's wrong to contest an election. Well, you know, the first election that was contested in this country was in 1800. And they had something called the Judiciary Act of, I don't know, I think it was 1801, 1802, somewhere in through there. Anyway, if you follow it, there's been a lot of contested elections. And then they was talking, and then he mentioned about, well, what would we do if Obama had done the same thing Trump had? Well, you mentioned the housing crisis. You remember that whole bit, I think it was Rahm Emanuel, about don't let a crisis go to waste? Mm-hmm. And remember how they virtually revamped the banking system and gave Federal Reserve the power to manipulate the markets, which they're doing right now to try to make sure that Obama, well, it probably is Obama behind Biden, but to make sure Biden doesn't get totally wiped out in the midterm elections if something goes really wrong. And then to kind of speed things up, the whole Obamacare thing, and from the Obamacare and the 2010 and all that stuff that went on, and people were, you know, protesting that Obamacare thing and the tax that went with it. And then all of a sudden, this organization called Occupy Wall Street popped up out of nowhere. Yep. And remember all the fuss that they were raising? And that was when Obama was president, and he never once investigated them. I mean, if you want to know what we would do if Obama did something like they claim that President Trump did, just go back and look at that. You know, you don't have to wonder, just go back and look at that. And I don't think that President Trump, I don't think he told anybody to go out and get in other people's face or, you know, do destructive things of any nature, but I believe Obama did. So if Sundance is wondering out there, do a little research, do a little reading, and a lot of it's recent history and some of it is farther back. But, you know, you've got all the questions to your answers, and, you know, they are not having a true commission, and I went through that with the Warren Commission, went through it with the 9/11 Commission. None of these commissions they're not looking for the truth. They're looking to justify what they want the public to believe, and that's about the end of it. So with that, I'll let you go, Steve.
Thank you very much, Vic. Great explanation. And about 15 before the hour. Not often do I share breakdowns from the likes of the New York Times, but quite interesting. You feel like things are changing Oh, yeah, things have changed in America. What brings that up to mind is I hear him talking in the news breaks about the Hispanic community who traditionally, for years and years and years, were almost guaranteed voters for the Democrat Party. That is changing. Now you've got that Cuban American community, which yes, they are. There is a conservative community. We've got Miguel that listens to the program down in Miami. His last call talking about the purchase of the Soros-backed company of the conservative Cuban talk radio there in Florida and elsewhere around the country. So things are changing. They're now saying nearly 50% of Hispanics may vote Republican this November. What about other categories? A guy by the name of Nat Cohen, the Times political analyst, who has spent a lot of time thinking about the changing politics of economic class in U.S. college graduates. College grads used to favor Republicans, while the blue-collar voters typically favored Democrats. Today, they tell us increasingly the opposite is true. The social liberalism of Democrats, immigration, marijuana, LGBT rights, affirmative action, abortion, and on, has simultaneously attracted progressive college grads and repelled, turned off, more of the culturally conservative working class voters. If you're trying to figure out why Latino voters have shifted to the right in the past few years, even during the Trump presidency, this dynamic offers an explanation. In this year's midterm elections, the changing politics of class may get supercharged. Why? Nate says, look at the stories. What's in the news? Many working class voters are frustrated over, obviously, inflation, other economic disruptions, unhappy with the Biden administration and Democrats as a whole. Many college graduates are angry about the recent decisions from the likes of the Supreme Court, dominated by conservatives now, Republican appointees. This is all evident in the first New York Times Siena College poll of the midterm cycle. Among registered voters who have never attended college, Republicans led by almost 20 percentage points. Among college graduates, Democrats led by almost 30 points. One startling comparison is that Democrats lead by almost as much among white college graduates as among all voters of color. With Biden's approval rating struggling in the low 30s and nearly 80% of voters saying this country's headed in the wrong direction, the ingredients would seem to be in place for a Republican landslide in the midterms. But this first Times Siena survey shows something else. They're showing a very close, competitive race for Congress. Now, I've been saying this for a while. Don't get the cart before the horse, right? Red Mule mentioned that as well. First of all, he first brought that up after the school shooting in Uvalde. If Republicans, if conservatives don't get on board because the sentiment among the American people angry about these continued shootings, got to try to do something. You can't just say, hands off, we're going to do nothing. Overall, voters preferred Democrats to control Congress over Republicans by 1 point. Now, this was among registered voters in this survey. Once we include those people who are unlikely to vote, Republicans lead by 1 point. That's all within the margin of error, right? That is pretty surprising given the circumstances. You know, analyst after analyst have all but written off the Democrats in the race to control the House, not only because of Biden's poor ratings, but because there's a long history of the president's party getting pummeled in the midterm elections. Now, those factors help explain why 538's statistical forecast gives the Republicans an 88% chance of winning back control of the House. But the Siena Times poll is not alone in showing this is going to be a very competitive race at this stage. Since the court's decision to overturn Roe versus Wade, most polls have shown a tight race on the so-called generic ballot, which asks voters, would you prefer Democrats or Republicans to control Congress? That race has shifted about 3 points in the Democrats' direction compared to the surveys by the same pollsters before the Supreme Court ruling. Remember, the day of the announcement, literally within a matter of hours, Nancy Pelosi was at the podium telling the people out there, especially the young women, that women's medical rights, women's health care is now on the ballot this November, trying to take away all the other negatives under this administration. Forget about inflation, forget about the prices of gas, forget about what you're paying at the grocery. Now the narrative, they want the narrative to all be focus on your women's health care. Change your vote, in other words. Vote for the Democrats because we got you covered. At least for the moment, that is the case. These conservative policy issues, abortion, climate policy, religious rights, gun laws, and of course, the spat of mass shootings have kind of insulated the Democrats. State polls have also been looking rather good for Democrats. The party has just about every poll of a hotly contested Senate race over the last few months. Democrats have led in almost every poll, including polls in Republican-held states like Pennsylvania and Ohio. Now, if all this good polling for the Democrats reminds you of a story you've heard before, there might be a reason. The polls have overestimated Democrat support for much of the last 10 years. First of all, the polls have a harder time reaching working class voters who are trending Republican, remember. It's hard not to wonder whether the good news for the Democrats might simply be a harbinger of yet another high-profile misfire, which I guess you could refer back to the 2016 election. That was a misfire because Hillary had that thing sewn up, lock, stock, and barrel, according to all the polls, even on the eve of the election. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, Steve's out and about this morning. Good to have you on board. He says, hello, Steve, and all the listeners. Time to head into town one last day in the trash truck before we get this vacation started. All right, between the 3 council meetings, this ongoing home improvement project, and training this new guy, it has been a very exhausting week. I want to wish everyone a good rest of the week, and I hope everyone has a wonderful weekend. Steve, have a safe trip down to Tennessee and back. My condolences to the missus and her family. See y'all back here Wednesday morning of next week. Enjoy your time off. Also there, Steve. Vacation time. Good morning to Kentucky Ken. Hey there.
Hey, good morning, Steve. How are you this morning?
Hanging with them. How about you?
Oh, trucking down the road, you know. Hey, I'm going to bring up a little incident. This happened to me yesterday. Actually, yeah, yesterday. I was running down I-57 going towards Champaign, Illinois. I had about an hour left on my 11-hour drive time, going to do a backhaul at a spot on my way to my pickup. Had plenty of time. I'm running 65 mile an hour in the right lane. Pretty normal because my truck will do 65 mile an hour. And I try to be very, very, very alert anytime I have the wheel in my hand.
Mm-hmm.
I'm constantly checking mirrors and blah, blah, blah. Well, I see a FedEx truck coming up on my left side. And it's not unusual that I get past because, like I said, this truck it's regulated 65 mile an hour. Well, I'm watching this guy on my left come up. I'm keeping it between the stripes and the solid like you always try to do. Well, I hear rumble strips on my right. I glance at my right mirror. There is a truck, big truck, passing me on the right-hand emergency shoulder.
Whoa.
Probably doing 70, 75 mile an hour. I've only been out here a year. But that was the most dangerous thing I've ever witnessed in my life. And unfortunately, I didn't think about it. What I did was I held my lane, started just tapping my brakes, slowing down to let the idiot pass. And I know it was an Echo trailer, but I wish, because there's a little button I have on the dash. And of course, when I was driving the cruiser, when my lights come on, all that camera stuff was activated. Well, this little button, if I push the little button down, it will revert back 15 seconds. So it would have captured all that video.
Wow.
Which I just still cannot get over that. I was so flipping mad because truly, debris flying and all that stuff. He had a blowout or something. There was nowhere for me, the FedEx truck. It would have been a disaster. It would have just been a flipping disaster.
So is it one of those deals where
was
the FedEx governed at like 67 or something, and it was passing you at a slow rate, so this impatient ass had to pass on the right?
Yes. In traffic, this was in late afternoon, so it was moderate traffic. It wasn't like it is right now with, minimal vehicles on the road.
Wow.
And I just still cannot get over that, how dangerous that was. Truly the most dangerous thing I've seen in a year out here running these highways and byways. No doubt about it.
Wow.
And I don't know if other drivers have witnessed anything like that or not, but it really, really, after my madness got over, it really scared me because truly you got 3 trucks running, and the shoulders in Illinois, they're not like, some shoulders are wider than others.
Absolutely.
Right. Yeah, it wasn't, I don't know. I don't know if anybody is going to chime into that or not, or witness things like that, but oh, Lord have mercy. Poof. I was very thankful when that was done. But anyway, that was that. I just didn't know if you had anybody ever mention anything like that, because I surely hadn't seen it. And all my years of policing, I didn't write a lot of tickets. That wasn't my forte. But I guarantee you, if I would have witnessed that act, I would have towed that truck. In Kentucky, he could have been arrested for reckless
driving. Yeah. Wow. I mean, I don't think I've ever talked to anyone else that's had that experience. I've seen some like dash cam videos of others capturing that being done. Normally, they don't end well.
Yeah.
Right.
That's what I was thinking.
Exactly.
In fact, I called my leader and told him about it, and he called. He's trying to get security. Apparently, our cameras are running all the time. They're activated and revert back and start recording if we hit this little magic button on our dash.
Mm-hmm.
But, just like I told him, I wasn't focused on hitting the damn button. I was focused
on not being in a wreck. Yeah.
This truck. Right. So I wish I would have did it, but I didn't. And I was so mad after he went around me, and then back into the normal lane of travel. I couldn't see straight, and I'm pretty good at. I don't have that bad a temper, but Lord have mercy. I'm just very thankful and hope I never experience anything like that again.
Yeah.
But anyway, I wanted to throw that out. Didn't know if you had heard of such a thing or.
That's insanity. Yeah, there's some crazy people out there.
Yeah, Steve. And the thing is, my job is to get product from point A to point B safely. It's not about, I'm not no race out here. And it just, I just, it's be late. If you're running behind, be late. If you're running out of time, pull over. You don't jeopardize probably thousands and thousands of dollars of product and lives on the highway doesn't belong to you. We're all out here trying to make a living. I get it, but Lord, be late, buddy. So I don't know. We'll see, but I'm just going to keep getting up the highway, and I got about 300 miles to go, and drop a load, get a load, and roll on.
All right. Well, I reckon we'll be with you about maybe 60 more miles of that, right? We've crossed over 4 a.m., got a final hour ahead this Thursday morning. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
President Joe Biden is facing a flurry of criticism as new federal data released Wednesday show 40-year high inflation increased the costs of everything by 9.1% in June over last year. Colby Smith with the Financial Times spoke to CBS News.
It's having an absolutely major impact for Americans here. It's not just energy prices, it's food as well, and across most goods and services, frankly. So a report like this one is pretty disastrous, not just for Americans, but for the Biden administration as well.
A former CIA software engineer accused of the biggest theft of classified information in CIA history has been convicted at a New York City retrial. A jury reached the guilty verdict against Joshua Schulte on Wednesday. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
President Joe Biden traveled to the Middle East on Wednesday.
President Biden's trip to the Middle East is being met with staunch criticism from Republicans who say the president is there on an anti-Israel agenda.
His policies of the last year and a half has done so much to alienate our friends that he's desperately trying to repair those relationships. Biden has nominated anti-Israel officials in his administration, has consistently undermined our Israeli allies.
Texas Republican Senator Ted Cruz speaking there. That audio courtesy of Fox Business. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Firefighters from Portugal and Spain to southern France and Croatia are battling wildfires scorching Europe amid an unusual heat wave. Portuguese authorities say more than 600 people have been evacuated and about 120 needed medical attention. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download in iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
First Lady Jill Biden has apologized for calling Hispanics as unique as breakfast tacos, but the fallout continues. Representative Guy Rushenthaler of Pennsylvania talked of double standards on Newsmax Wednesday night.
This shows you that the inherent bias by the Democratic Party. They're just trying to stereotype an entire block of Americans. And really the stereotype that they're putting on Hispanic. And Chris, this is why Republicans are polling about 54-55% with Hispanic voters. The Hispanic voters know that the party that is pro-family, the party that is supportive of those who just want to show up and work and live their lives, those are values that the Republican Party has. The Democrat Party looks down upon different voting blocks. They think all these blocks are monolithic. They're not. We Republicans look at people as individuals.
Montgomery County Police in Maryland are warning the public that officers will enforce laws against disturbing the peace at protests outside the homes of Supreme Court justices. On its website Wednesday night, Montgomery County Police posted the following message: there are content-neutral Montgomery County Code and Maryland law provisions that restrict protesting and assembling in a private neighborhood, as well as disturbing the peace. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Alrighty, back for our final hour here. On a Thursday morning. Other industry headlines from CDL Life this past day. A gas station manager pleading guilty to charges related to a scheme to fraudulently charge customers for fuel, pocketing the money for personal expenses. South Amboy, New Jersey resident Umar Hassan Mir pleading guilty to access fraud charges, according to the U.S. Attorney's Office out of New Jersey. They described the scheme from February of 2018 till August of last year while working at a Delta gas station. Mir caused numerous fraudulent fuel charges to be entered on fuel credit cards leased by the General Services Administration and assigned to Amtrak vehicles. Apparently, he would manually enter the account information regarding fuel credit cards that he personally collected and saved during legitimate fuel transactions. He saved them electronically into the point-of-sale terminal at the station. Following false fuel transactions, he would then withdraw cash in the amount of the fraudulent transaction from the gas station's cash register, using that cash for personal expenses and to pay other gas station employees for working extra hours on his behalf. They said he made approximately $78,000 in fraudulent fuel charges using account information belonging to more than 17 gas station customers there. He now faces, see, it's all fun and games till you get caught, facing 15 years in prison and a $250,000 fine scheduled for sentencing coming up in December. And this, I guess, a heartwarming story out west. This guy, it's an annual thing, trying to raise donations for the local food bank to feed the hungry. He actually gets up on a parked tractor-trailer rig in front of a food location, and he says, all right, I'm camped out here till we get a truck, the trailer, loaded with food donations. Tim Chris from Myrtle Creek Grocery Outlet, again, Douglas County, Oregon. It's kind of a yearly challenge, standing on top of the parked trailer for as long as it takes for the community to fill the trailer. This year, filling the trailer with meals took 12 days, 3 days longer than last year's same fundraiser. Total of $40,000 raised as part of this event, and the food is already being delivered to food pantries and summer meal programs in that area. Now, he says, in the face of rising gas and grocery prices, we were kind of concerned about filling the trailer and reaching our monetary goal of $50,000, but the community really came together They do say they expect to raise the final $10,000. That's their goal by the end of the month. There you go. Raising food for those who can't afford. Singing Hot Dog, what's happening?
How you doing? I've been talking about what Kentucky Ken's been saying for quite some time. Actually, it was on Bubba Bo's show live over in the studio when they started putting that computer software in the trucks, trying to keep the distance between the vehicle in front of you and you. You're like 400 feet or 4 seconds if it was a fixed object. As far as you're talking about I-57, I go up and down that all the time. I would have to honestly say, in the Chicago area, it's out of control. Between the Piatone scale all the way up 294 is a joke. People drive too fast. They get very angry. You can see it in their driving actions, like almost like body language, I call it.
Mm-hmm.
Aggressive driving, being upset that you get in the left lane, even though you have to move over for a vehicle on the shoulder, or you move over for somebody coming down the ramp, or you got somebody going too slow, you move over to the left. They don't tolerate that, and they fly through there at excessive speeds. The truck shows me how fast they go. On the average, it's 90 miles an hour, sometimes 100 miles an hour. And a lot of them tell you that you're number one. And it wasn't too long ago that somebody brake checked me. I have a camera in my truck also. Now, this is what we discussed several months ago around Mardi Gras. You and I had a conversation about road rage.
Mm-hmm.
And what it is a truck like mine, when I'm catching up to somebody and I go to change lanes, it takes me a long time to pass them. Now you say, well, why don't you just stay behind them? Okay, that is a good idea. But like yesterday, I was behind this guy and he would slow down to 60 miles an hour. But if I move out to the left, then he would speed up. And then I move back over to the right, then he'd slow down again. What do you do with that? I mean, if you were to call the companies, they wouldn't do anything about it because this, they need drivers so bad. And as far as people going around on the shoulder, that's quite a frequent thing out there. Also on 8094, you should look up how many accidents are in 8094 in the Chicago area. You'd be quite amazed. It's almost like every single day there's an accident in that area. And 65 down to Indianapolis. So if you go between those few roads, please be careful. Try to give more space. You see somebody being aggressive at all, it's just like, just let it go. Just slow it down 5-10 miles an hour. Let that person go, because if you're not going to win. And if that person panics for some reason, they're going to cut into you opposed to running into something. So, other than that, still planning on going to the trucking show on Friday over in
Jamboree.
Iowa.
Well, yeah, that starts today, don't it? Yeah, Walcott. Yeah, I forgot that.
Yes. And something else I noticed about Google Maps, I think I call it the Greenway. Sometimes Google, I think, is trying to corral people in different directions to save fuel. I'm a little unhappy with that because, like, if you're coming down 294, it'll tell you to take Cicero for a couple of miles and then get back on the interstate just because it's a straight line. Some people live by GPS. They don't know how to get anywhere. If they needed a bag of Cheetos and a Slurpee, if they didn't have a GPS, they probably couldn't even find a local 7-Eleven. I enjoy the show. I will be listening.
All right, and enjoy your time there at Walcott if you make it through, the world's largest truck stop. Yeah, the Walcott Jamboree. I believe that is 43rd annual Walcott Jamboree kicking off today, as a matter of fact. Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So, yeah, it's supposed to be decent weather today, I believe. There is some rain in the forecast, they say maybe on Friday and Saturday, but not a washout kind of thing, but maybe some scattered showers. Speaking of which, Iowa 80, known as, again, the world's largest truck stop, just this past day or somewhere in the last couple of days, there was another list, from Hale Trailer, the best truck stops in America. Now, they say we use a combination of factors to create our list. Yeah, data from online reviews, from things like Yelp, Google, TripAdvisor. Also, the truck stop's proximity to things like national parks and monuments, the quality and variety of their food offerings, the availability of truck stop amenities, and a unique attraction bonus score that factors in amenities or experiences that are kind of unique to a particular truck stop location. Top 10 looks like this. Dysert's Truck Stop, Herman, Maine. Let's see. South of the border in Hammer, South Carolina. Number 8, the I-40 Travel Center in Ozark, Arkansas. Number 7, you got the Jubitz Travel Center in Portland. The Keystone Restaurant and Truck Stop, Laredo, PA. Bighorn Travel Center in Fort Worth, Texas. That's number 5. Number 4, the Busy Bee Travel Center in Live Oak, Florida. Flynn's Truck Stop, Shrewsbury. The Kentley 95 Petro, Kentley, North Carolina. And number 1, there it is. There you go, Iowa 80, where the Walcott Jamboree kicks off today. Walcott, Iowa, number 1 on the list. And we'll be back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Now, there she is, overhead as we speak. almost a direct path where it passed over yesterday. It's a little bit further north this morning. International Space Station. Pretty fascinating. Hello, Chevy Guy. What's happening?
Hey, Kentucky Ken, welcome to our world. It hasn't happened a whole lot. It's 40 years trucking, and I can remember this was the time before rumble strips, cell phones. This is back in the 80s, 89, 90. I'm coming out of down 81 south, just, I don't know, 10 miles before you get to the Maryland line. And I'm cruising, minding my own business, got the CB way down low, and probably listening to Rush Limbaugh, who knows. And all of a sudden, this car pulls up alongside of me. I look off to my left because it just basically sat there. Well, it was a couple having fun in a little Datsun. Well, the car was too small for the girl, and she was naked and had her entry-level positions hanging out the window, let's say. Well, I did good. I maintained my lane, and I just, I'm trying to be a Christian here, Yeah, they finally sped up. They sped up. I still remember the girl in the car ahead of me was in a little Honda, and I remember her ponytail. When the car come up, stopped right there, rolling along side by side, the girl, you can see her ponytail whip off to the left. She seen what she saw, and then she looked straight ahead again, and all of a sudden she whipped off to the left. Well, while she did that, her car started to drifting off to the right, to the medium. Meanwhile, I had tractor trailer after tractor trailer, bumper to bumper, coming up the shoulder of the road, passing me, and I heard them all yelling at me. So I turned the CB up. They're calling me everything under the book for blocking their path. Wouldn't have done me good to speed up anyway with that little Honda ahead of me. But I kid you not, they finally cleared that Honda. I mean, they were just shooting up that shoulder, shooting up on my left side. I said, I keyed up. I said, gosh, guys, ain't you seen anything like that before? It was crazy, but you're going to see some crazy things out here. But right now, I think the hostility. I'm coming out of Charleston. It's 60 miles an hour during this, for like 8 miles.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry. Hey, you know what? You get a ticket in a construction zone, it's going to be double the fine, double the points. Well, you only get 6 points to drive on. That could wipe you out real easy. I'm driving the speed limit, doing 60, and it's bumper to bumper traffic passing you in this construction zone. It's 2 lane wide, and this Dodge comes just barely clears my fender and dives in front of me. I couldn't even see the Dodge Ram, and I mean, if he brake checked me, I'd been screwed. If I'd have been in that fishbowl Kenworth that we got in, it automatically slams on the brakes, but at least it'd have been on camera. I didn't think about tapping my brake either, because this Kenworth that I'm in right now has the camera too. But you're just doing your job, and yes, people are out here and they're being very aggressive, and I guess that's proof. I guess what was it? This thing that they're going after this week?
Operation Safe Driver Week. Absolutely.
So, Ken, welcome out here. Your year out here. Congratulations for your anniversary. Next time you call in, let us know, because I know you were wanting advice from other drivers, and we all typed in on it. Are you considering buying your own rig after driving for someone else for a while? I'd be interesting to know that. All right, we're going to sit back, copy the mail. Got a ton of trucking stories.
Yeah, I bet you do. Yeah. So the things you may encounter out there on the highways and the byways, you just never know, right? And sometimes it's sheer insanity. Coming up, we'll get our news break here. Looks like on Tuesday of this week, the Senate has actually confirmed the president's second choice to lead the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, the ATF. And we're talking about guy Stephen Dettelbach. A guy's going to be running the ATF, a guy that actually admits he's never owned a gun. In a afternoon floor vote, senators voted 48-46 in favor of the nomination. You had Susan Collins of Maine and Rob Portman of Ohio that joined 46 Democrats in approving the nomination. But back in June, he confirmed he'd never owned a gun and he's never been issued one in any professional capacity. What he is a career prosecutor. That's his expertise. So as the director of the ATF, his responsibilities will include enforcing federal gun laws and regulations. Now, they say in recent years, the ATF has repeatedly found itself in the position of reviewing the legality of new firearms and firearms parts, things like bump stocks, specialized triggers, pistol braces. Interesting that a guy that's never owned a gun will be heading up that department. I guess that's par for the course in D.C., right? Because you've got essentially the last check. All five of the top echelon at the FMCSA have never actually driven a truck. Go figure. They're in charge of trucking, but never drove a truck. Okay, we get our news break, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
Republican lawmakers are considering calling for the impeachment of Attorney General Merrick Garland. Representative Jim Jordan of Ohio spoke to Fox News, citing a range of misconduct by the Justice Department as possible grounds for Garland's removal from office.
We now have the Department of Justice supporting the effort by the left to intimidate the United States Supreme Court. We have the key agency in the executive branch, a part of an effort to intimidate a separate and equal branch of the government, our highest court in the land, by them failing to enforce the statute. That is frightening.
A lot of would-be home buyers are sitting on the sidelines. The Mortgage Bankers Association reports applications for loans to buy homes fell 4% last week and are down 18% compared to this time last year. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-230-2777. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-230-2777. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-230-2777. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-230-2777. 800-230-2777.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesman the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart saving strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hey, good morning to Truck and Phil. Checks in. Morning and welcome back. Steve Sommers and the Hot Shot Secret Nation. Here we go. Coffee up. Happy Thursday. One day off the beautiful full buck moon. Yep, there you go. Yeah, it's full. That's shining bright this morning, in the process of starting to set. Ready to depart Sterling Heights, Michigan. Make that flip back to Fort Wayne. Have a great day. Only 164 days till Christmas. All right. Thanks for the update. Semper Fi, Truck and Phil. Hello, Eskimo Mom.
Good morning, Steve. Just for starters, 19 more days to the August 2nd primary and 117 to the general election. And in 19 more days, I know exactly where I'll be about this time. I'll be getting up and getting ready to work the polls for that day. But what I really wanted to call and chime in on what Ken was saying here earlier, and my incident happened here a couple of weeks ago over there, between where 71, 75 come back together, and they've got that area kind of under construction, and they had a serious accident over there that had pretty much screwed the whole highway up. Then they pretty much had the entire highway shut down temporarily. And so here, and I saw all the flashing lights and everything. So I get over to the far right lane, and here I am. I'm sitting in position and everything for when the traffic starts moving. And all of a sudden, I see car after car coming up on the right hand shoulder, going to try to get off at the Richwood exit. And then no sooner than that, here comes a fully sized semi with a fully sized tractor trailer coming up that right shoulder, following those little four wheelers. Well, what all those folks did not know is that right there before the get-off ramp, there was a broke-down four-wheeler. That broke-down four-wheeler had to sit right there. It was sitting right there, blocking them getting off. So they couldn't move. And here comes, and then behind all these folks, here comes a couple of wreckers that could not get around these folks, and also to a couple of Boone County Sheriff's deputies as well. And the Boone County Sheriff's deputies made everybody that I could see get off into the grass over there. And wait till they get that accident cleared up.
Wow.
Yeah. And then I had another incident that happened when I was coming into work last night. I'm coming south on 75, and then the section of 75 I live in is just two lanes. And I'm coming down, and I get a vehicle in front of me that's running a little slow, so I go out and go around him. I didn't see anybody behind me, and all of a sudden, I'm getting ready to get around this vehicle, and all of a sudden, this car had Tennessee plates on him. He was hauling tail, and he was right on my butt, beeping his horn, making me want to move. It was getting a little aggressive, and when I was able to get around around the four wheeler in the right hand lane, I got back over, and this car with Tennessee plates, he was hauling tail. And I was just hoping there was a cop right down the road to be able to bust his butt, because he was doing at least 85 to 90, if not more.
So when you get up early in the morning here, and what'd you say, 19 days, you'll be starting your day a little after 4 a.m. How many hours do you work the polls?
Literally, we have to be over there by 6 o'clock in the morning for when they open the polls at 6:30, and it is literally a 14-hour day.
Wow!
Unless you're certain individuals or there's issues, and because the polls close at 7:30 at night here in Ohio.
Yeah.
But with all the cleanup work and everything that we have to do, it's at least 8 o'clock, maybe 8:15, 8:30. And if you are the polling location manager or even a precinct manager, then your day may be just a little bit longer depending on what's going on.
How about that? Well, one other item, another subject there, Eskimo Mom. We were chatting yesterday morning in the after hours, and you brought up the whole thing about the blood type and the COVID. I had not heard that yet. Now, sure enough, I came across that story this past day that I guess the type A blood is much more likely to come down with it versus like the type O blood.
Yeah. Yes, I've heard of that, but then also too, people they've got other single categories that you may have type A blood, but like people with allergies, and there's some other caveats that could protect people a little bit more from COVID than others.
Very interesting. Well, hey, I appreciate you chiming in this morning, Eskimo Mom. Thanks for sharing. Be safe out there. Watch out for the crazies, right? Matter of fact, I saw a friend of ours it's one of the couples we got together with a couple of weeks ago, that she says, we've done everything we were expected to do from the very beginning up till now. We've avoided COVID. Got the shots, got the boosters, and now Doug has it. Did the test yesterday morning. She said, so far, I'm fine. Good luck with that, right? He's like, once it's in the house, she said, I'm Lysoling everything. Yeah, you can do that, but it's in the air. You're breathing the same air in the house that he is. It's almost inevitable. But yeah, we did the boosters, we did the masks, we limited social contacts. Gotta love it. Hello, Heat Wave.
Good morning, senor. Well, after I got to Albuquerque yesterday, tried to make a beeline to the hospital, but the car broke down.
Oh, no.
Something is draining my Something is draining the battery. And I figured after I got it started, ran to the hospital, which is about 15 miles away, and made my trip back to the hacienda just that much more further, yeah, it'd be all right. Oh, hell no. This thing started acting up again this morning. Really didn't want to turn over the starter, so I'm going to have someone take a look at it. I know the Camaro has crapped out. But anyways, Teresa, I found her up there at the hospital. She's got a really nice view of the mountains, so she's got a beautiful view of the morning sun coming up. She was still in the process of drinking all that pooping juice, and yeah, she's uncomfortable. I mean, they're giving her fluids to kind of beef up her. She's dehydrated a little bit. They poked her about 5 or 6 times to put the IV in her. But yeah, I guess later on today she'll have that exam, and we'll find out more about what her innards are like. Hopefully, it's just something that they say, hey, cut out the spicy food, you'll be fine.
Yeah, right.
So pray for the best and prepare for the worst, I guess is how that works out.
Yeah.
But she's very, very surprised, but very thankful for the well wishes from the audience. And
now, why would she be surprised? Why would she be surprised?
Oh, well, she don't think that anybody knows about her, and why would they? Because she doesn't drive anymore. So I said, no, that's, we're just a big family out here, big radio family. And I said, there's a bunch of well wishes for you. And she's like, well, tell them I said, thank you. And for myself, too, I say thank you for all the kind words, prayers, and well wishes. All righty. Well, has your 2 favorite people called again today, Douglas and Sundance?
No, I've not.
Have they called?
Not been blessed with their presence.
Oh. Well, folks like Sundance and Douglas, represent the other side. They have drank that Kool-Aid and swallowed that chocolate pudding, that they can't see the forest before the trees. They're not objective. And they may come up with the, well, there's Republicans on this committee, and they're agreeing with the findings. Well, let's look back when Jim Jordan was going to be part of it, and a few other Republicans, real Republicans, and Nancy said no. She didn't want them. She wanted someone that was anti. She got what she wanted. So, I mean, it's very, well, what's the word I'm looking for? Partisan? Because
that is the word, yes.
On there.
It's a totally partisan commission, yes.
Yes, so there is no equal justice on there. Scales are tipped to their favor. And it can't be a hearing unless you have, someone out there to cross-examine, someone who believes in their client. It's no different than a court of law. You have your prosecutor and you have your defense attorney, whether it's paid for by taxpayers or out of your own pocket. That defense attorney has to absolutely believe that you're innocent to defend you. And without someone to be there to cross-examine and to defend these people, it's not a hearing. It's a shish kebab show. and that's all it is. They're and so whatever that these people decide, and I'm sure it's going to be against President Trump, I'm not going to believe the results of that either. I'm going to question it because there's too many irregularities in this one. We've seen what they've done in the past, and we're seeing what they're doing now. So Sundance and Douglas, open up, take a look into it, and find out for yourselves instead of just being spoon-fed the crap that the Democrats have been feeding you all these years. All right. Now, fuel prices, yes, they've gone down. I checked yesterday, and I guess the barrel of oil is down to about $100 a barrel. Well, that's nice.
Yeah.
And, so, I mean, that's good. I don't know why it's done that. I mean, has there been pressure on the world market to drop the price? Has it been where there's not any more people in the big cities that are driving to work and they're taking other alternate means?
It's the fear of recession globally. Europe, United States, they fear that the recession is coming, which means much less demand.
Well, if that's a precursor, then I guess we are heading into a recession of a sort. What would pull us out of this predicament? Well, let's go ahead and open, for starters, let's open up and start to complete the Keystone Pipeline. I mean, it's not going to be a quick fix, that we are doing something. Let's see, what else could we do? Get back the oil leases and allow for exploration, and cut back on the stifling restrictions that are in place now. Yep, that would show that we are actually trying to do something about, and of course, it's not quick. It's not a quick fix. It's going to take time. If you're going to build anything, it's going to take time. To destroy something takes only a matter of seconds. And a great example would be the towers there.
Yeah, and I think heat waves rolling, and wherever you're rolling at, you're rolled out of cell zone. Yeah, the price per barrel. Matter of fact, yes, it actually continues to drop. West Texas Intermediate is now below 95 a barrel. I'm looking at the current numbers, $94.74 for West Texas. The international traded Brent crude now at $98.30 per barrel. Yeah, there you go. Apparently, there was also some inventory numbers. Oil prices dropping as the Energy Information Administration reported a build, several million barrels increase in crude inventory over the past week. What were some of the highlights here? Crude inventories added 3.3 million barrels over the week to July the 8th. This compared with a hefty build of 8.2 million barrels for the previous week. In gasoline, the Energy Information Administration estimated an inventory increase of 5.8 million barrels for last week. Gasoline production in the week up to July 9th averaged 8.9 million barrels per day compared to 10.3 million barrels per day a week earlier. They go through some of the other numbers, but somehow does that signify people are beginning to finally pull back, maybe drive less travel, inventories are building. Hey, let's see what's left lane, Leroy.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Can you hear me now, Steve?
What's going on, Leroy?
Hey, man, I was going to tell you, we out here supporting the cause for the owner-operator Ignorant Dumbass Association as usual. And I'm going to tell you something that kind of warmed my heart today, Steve. I come across this guy out in New Mexico. I was traveling through there, and he was in this Camaro, and it wouldn't start. And he was just having a heck of a day. And then I realized that he had ordered a particular model that had the Briggs and Stratton engine in it. So I just popped the hood and pulled the rope and got him going.
Oh.
And we got us a new member to the Owner-Operator Ignorant Dumbass Association, Steve. Can't remember the fellow's name, Heat something. But, I'm sure he'll be calling in later. But he offered to give me a Columbus rowboat, and I told him no, it was okay. It wasn't my thing. But it was good to get some new membership in there today. And I just want to let you know one thing, Steve, and don't forget it. These phones work both ways.
Click. Click. He's out of here. Left lane Leroy. High pressure pumping. What's going on? You get to follow that. Left lane Leroy.
I don't know how to follow that. Just a quick traffic note. Indianapolis I-465, westbound mile marker 27. I'm sure by now police are showing up, but a big truck just as I went through, hit a guardrail, climbed it, laid her over. Debris all over the highway. So I'm sure by now the police are there either shutting it down or a single lane. So I'd go around south side around Indy unless you want to sit in the traffic still.
Okay.
But then one thing, Kentucky Ken, the longer you're out here, the more stupidity you will see. I've never been passed by a big truck, but I've been passed numerous times by four-wheelers on the breakdown lane at high rate speeds and bumper-to-bumper traffic, even in construction zones. So the longer you're out here, the more you will see. And when I say the more you will see, the one image that I'll probably never get out of my mind, and it'll haunt you. I got passed one day by a pickup truck, and the guy's probably 250, 300-pound girlfriend had both cheeks stuck up to the window as they drove by. The longer you're out here, the more stuff you will see. Steve,
Wow.
have a great day.
All right, both cheeks. Did you say M-O-O-N? Yeah, what's that spell? Morning, Gary. All right, we got to close it out there. And thanks so much for hanging out with us. When we come back at the midnight hour tonight, which, yes, I'll be here at the midnight hour. Friday coming on as we get set for the weekend. Hope you'll join us for the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.